Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. It's 1:19 in the AM time. It'll be 4:20 somewhere on 420, I'm sorry, May the 29th, 2021. Welcome all of you. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. I greet you always with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, 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 many blessings from the universe. And I hope that you find them, see them, and all that. Michelle, Elderberry, Susie Q, did I miss anybody so far? Anyway, I'm staring off into the universe and not looking at the screen. I'd had enough with my hair, and after I posted the video, I was like, man, I tried to let my hair down. It was all congested and everything, and I was like, wow. So I stuck my head under the sink, and here I am, going to try to brush out the rats while I'm sitting here chatting with y'all. So I had a conversation earlier with Mr. Elderberry. We were just talking on the telephone, and I thought that some of this, not necessarily a conversation, but the subject of what I talked about. And oh, Miss Pearl, yeah, Miss Pearl, I missed you. There you go. Thank you, Barry. And I was thinking that just making a couple of remarks and discussing about, how it seemed that the card reading went the other night, and how much energy it took out of me, how much energy it took to do it. I had a really good reception going on, and I equate part of that to the drumming and the sage, and that they wanted me to do the card readings for y'all, and I'm grateful for that. But at the same time, the other night, to be quite honest, my energy level was really not up to par, especially for what I ended up doing. Now, I'm not doing this video to make anybody feel bad or anything like that. That's not what I'm here for. What I'm here for is that despite the low energy level, despite that I was kind of not really kicking and screaming, but I was like, I don't really want to do one right now. My energy's low. And they were like, come on, this is something you need to do. And I said, okay, I agreed, and did the show. And I did 15 or 16 card readings over that many hours. Hey, Max, how are you? We were talking about you today in a good way. And hope you have continued luck, success, however, whatever that means for you, continued whatever. Nothing specific, Max. Just, good luck. Hope luck finds you or continues anyway. But in understanding the role of the shaman, that's why I say that in gratitude to the universe, and I have much gratitude for having acquired the energy to do the card readings the other night. Now, I'm bringing this up, and I don't want anybody to feel like, well, I'm not going to ask him to do a reading for me. That is not what this is about. I'm saying that I am grateful to the universe for giving the energy to allow me to do it. In gratitude to the energy, in gratitude to the universe, regardless of my energy and how I might have felt about it, doing the card reading the other night, I did it. Hey, Travis. Okay, Travis, I couldn't remember. I was so tired the other morning. And I was like, I'd made a promise and then you showed up and then your buddy did. And hey, Mary Wins, how relevant it was. See, I'm glad. I'm glad. That's all I ever ask of y'all is was it relevant at all, I, but in the universe of the shaman, you know, I can never take it for granted. Somebody says, pull a card. No, you know, not in the mood. I'm not connected to the spirits, I'm not there at the moment or whatever it is. And so many people just think, well, you can just grab the card, shuffle them, and throw one out there. I guess that's possible. But to me, that seems random. Oh, well, Roger, you're welcome. And like I said, this video is not to make anybody feel bad because I did readings the other night. It's not, okay? It's about the gratitude I have for y'all needing the card readings, and for you, Travis, being here, and for Max. I'm sorry, and Max to be here, but that Max is a separate issue. I just saw your David and Max instead of Travis. But anyway, uh, I'm sending you good vibes, Max. But in the realm of the shaman, the more that I'm learning about this, there are certain things that we take on. If I even want to use the word, thank you, Susie Q. Um, and I promise I'll do another one. I don't know how soon or when, but I kind of sort of have to have my planets aligned. I say that I'm kidding in a way, but in that I want to make sure that my energy is in the right way so I don't make a mistake. You know what I mean? I do not want to make a mistake, period. So, what am I in gratitude for? I'm in gratitude that it sounds like I didn't make many mistakes because several comments and so forth from folks, they resonated with not just an individual reading like Susie or Travis or Roger, but with the readings in general for the other night, which I always get something out of it. So I'm grateful and in gratitude to the universe for having shown me the cards that I pulled the other night for y'all, because I have to, Dave Hawkeye has to stay out of it. I cannot get myself mixed up in the cards. And so, with gratitude, I say thank you to the universe for allowing me to do it that way. Thank you to the universe for giving me the ability to be able to listen to my spirit guides and to be able to find your spirit guides out there with y'all's hand up. So, in gratitude, I'm here this morning, and I missed 120, so I'm going to catch up because I fixed this bowl and didn't start it. But anyway, so smoke if you got them. I'm a couple of minutes late, but you know how that goes with us. But I'm in gratitude for having survived 16 people. I pulled a buffalo card, Minnie. Yeah, and then you got buffalo sinks. I saw that. Thank you for the picture. Isn't it strange though how things will come up later on when I say for me it's a simple card reading. Namaste to all my friends out there. I don't use that word very often, but I mean it. And blessings be upon you. And I feel like I hate to use the word channeling. Hi back, Mary. But in your feedback, um, Oh, you're welcome, Susie Q. However it is, and fawn. I love the story about the deer and the fawn because I've raised deer. I've helped to raise deer, and it is one of those deer has turned many a hunter's uh, eye because this one deer that we raised from a baby um, ended up on this plantation near where I, uh, 5 miles from here or less. It's actually less, but um, that the guy will be getting up in his deer stand, and the deer come up behind him and lay him on his shoulder, and he's like, "I can't," I just put my gun away and go back to the house. Remote viewing is energy intensive. I usually eat after. I was so tired the other morning. I just like, boom, I was out of it, man. It was all I could do to keep it together. But it wasn't what I wanted to do. It's what the spirits were. I hate to use the word ordering me to do, but they were strongly suggesting, that I do these cards. And and with this idea of the shaman, though, I have realized in this last year, um, that to have talks with y'all and to not, I don't claim to be a full fledged shaman. Y'all know that. But in my training, in my learning, thank you, Chloe, love you too. But in my training and in my learning, I'm learning that as a shaman, there are responsibilities that are beyond our scope of sight. And this is what I mean. The other night, I was like, man, I know y'all want me to do a card reading, but man, I really don't have the energy. Grab your drum. That's my messages. Grab your drum, light some sage, and go do it. We'll help you out here. And they did. Because there were times when I was like, and somebody even in the chat said something about, man, you got some stamina to be able to do this. And I was like, I don't know about stamina, but there's a couple of angels up there that grab a hold of me, you know, alchemist myself as a starting point. Yep. So, but anyway, but with doing what I do comes a responsibility. And the responsibility on my end, well, I'm finding there's many areas that are kind of like making themselves. You did too, Michelle. Yep. Um, I can't remember exactly, but I just thank you for that. Yeah, I was. They were really shooting the juice through me the other night. Let me tell you, and I missed the rest of the day. I mean, yesterday was just like I was telling Barry. I said, "It's Friday," and he was like, "Yeah." Uh, really? I literally missed Thursday. But yesterday, which was Thursday, or now it's Saturday morning, but every time I'd get up, and me and Duggar went to the up to the top of the hill and got the mail, and we went on a walk. I went outside and fed the kitty cats, and that was pretty much about it. There was not a whole lot I did yesterday because I was pooped. Let me tell you. And so, but in a good way, because every time I was like, I know that I'm closing my eyes to recharge and to bring in, recharge my energy and whatever. But every time I woke up, 2 or 3 hour nap, wake up, gotta go to the John. And let Duggar out, do the things, and lay back down for another hour or so, But every time I woke up with this same thing on my mind. I'm in gratitude. And so a day later, I'm having this conversation with y'all because they wanted me to share it with you. And I just kind of felt, like hanging out with y'all. Hey, CD, I feel Julie in the atmosphere. Juice from the sky. Yep. I knew you would be, Hawkeye. Oh, what, tired? Yeah, yeah, I was more than normal. But here's the thing, though, that there's working out in the yard and getting sweaty and your hands dirty and you're sore and you're tired, but it's a good sore and tired. So it was a good sore and tired kind of feeling yesterday. But I swear, everything as I'm walking up the hill to the mailbox, and Duggar's playing in the yard, and I'm going, I'm in so much gratitude, and I could, it just kept going over and over in my head. Uh, I'm in such gratitude, and so I'm walking around yesterday, what little bit I can remember, and I was in gratitude the whole day. So as I was just trying not to overthink what it meant, but just the feeling kept coming over me. In gratitude, I say thank you to the universe. In gratitude is say thank you to the universe. So as the day wears on, and I'm ask me later in a couple of minutes if you're going to stay on, and I will discuss it right here. What little bit I can give you right now, okay? Uh, and I will say this, free flow. I haven't had a chance to read everything yet. I've been doing some other stuff and feeding the dogs, going for a walk, uh, washing my hair, which kind of sort of needed it. Uh, but anyway, so with this feeling of gratitude, I was like, now where is this coming from? And uh, why just that one word? Or it was ingratitude. So it was more, a statement. I'm in gratitude. Okay, I love it. What does it really mean? I'm grateful. Okay, so today I've been thinking about it a little bit more. Yeah, well, no offense, free flow, but the Cherokee never belonged to the land in Oklahoma. They didn't go that far, but I understand what you mean. Gratitude is a wonderful, beautiful feeling. I love having gratitude. Yeah, Chloe. So I've had this feeling, and I've talked about this before a couple of weeks ago and kind of woven in maybe at the end of one of my videos, but I've talked about there's something about this feeling of being in the state of grace or having grace upon you or something. And so I've been not worrying about it because I know what the Catholics think about that, kind of thing, and the religious stuff. But I was having these feelings like, am I have not been searching in particular for a state of grace. Okay, that has not been my agenda in life to assume or try to ascend to some state of grace. No, I just wanted to be a good shaman and be able to listen and be with nature and that somehow though in my opinion, after having pulled the swan card several times, which is grace, it backed me up in what I had been thinking for the last couple of weeks in the card readings the other night for myself. I was like, damn, there's that swan card again. I'd look down, and go, no, that card's not for y'all, but that card's for me. There's a swan again. So, and the swan showed up in many of y'all's cards as backup cards and side cards. So, but as for me, flipping the deck over and looking at the bottom card, I kept trying to get rid of the swan from the bottom of the deck. And it was the same way a couple of readings ago when I don't know, there was rabbit. It was there was some other card that I kept trying to bury in the deck, and it kept coming up on the bottom. I even mentioned it. But Swan was doing that the other night. The moon's really orange tonight, looking out through there, coming up through the trees. So, what came with being grateful gratitude just kind of morphed into grace. And I was like, I still don't know what it means to be that. And I'm not expecting it. I'm not expecting anything, because what I said in the title the other night, I meant card readings for the compassionate. And it was sort of like my own little message to the universe: any asshole, stay away. But I didn't say that in the title, but that's sort of what I meant. I want compassionate folks to come in, and I'll do readings for them. Although I had done a reading for, that wasn't a prerequisite. But anyway, and so, um, and done with love. And that's the honest thing. So there are no expectations when I do these readings. I don't expect anybody to like say extra prayers for me or anything. I go into, and I'm explaining to this because there are many folks who are buying card decks and stuff and reading them, and so there is more to it than just shuffling the deck, in my humble opinion, than just saying, well, okay, here, shuffle the cards. Okay, well, the first one that pops up. That's not necessarily, for me, I go searching for the card in the deck that feels like the right card, face down. I don't look at the cards. I shuffle them to get them close to others or whatever, but, a lot of times the shuffling is just for me. I don't want, if for some reason I felt something the way the cards were lined up when I did, you know, uh, um, Chloe's reading versus, Roger's reading at the end. So I can't let the different readings get mixed up with my fingers. You know what I mean? So I'm grateful to the universe and to the spirits and to all who help guide me to do that. Because it's not, for me, it's not just a matter of shuffling cards, okay, and picking one off the top. It ain't. There are times I go, nah, I'll pull one and I'll put it off to the side, and I'll go along and I'll feel it in my fingertips, and I'll go, yeah, this one, maybe the one next to it. So have gotten used to looking at the next card and the one just before it, just to see. I call them the shadow cards. That's my expression. But they seem to want to align, and there was too many times the other night where I was really shuffling them well, trying to mix up these cards, and there were some cards like Bear showed up a couple of times, Swan kept showing up, Snake kept showing up, and Raven was there, and I love the whale song and the idea of whale. There are so many different animal cards that have, to me, whether you actually think the animal has that power, the message of what the ancients and the elders have talked about these animals and what they represent is powerful. Whether the actual animal is or not, whether you can make that reach, okay, but to what the animal represents. Now, and if you can't believe that a whale can actually be the library, but it's the energy of, okay, you know what I mean? But if you take that extra leap and go, yeah, okay, and if you've been around whales or dolphins or porpoises, like I've been around porpoises in the Gulf of Mexico, and they'll come right up to you, you know. And I've told this before, but I'd heard years ago. This has been 30 years ago, out on my little sailboat off of uh, St. George Island. And, I'm sailing along there, I'm a little 14 footer, and I see a couple of porpoise, out in front of me. And I'd heard that if you pat the water, that they will come to you like a sign of something. So I just took my hand and hit the water a couple of times and kept on sailing, and they disappeared. And I mean, within 2 minutes, it was probably less than that. There were both porpoises were on one side. I could have reached out and touched it, you know. And I was like, oh my God. And I said, oh, I'm sorry. I'm good. Thank you. And they looked at me and off they went. And I was like, they had to turn around and come back. It wasn't that it was far, but it wasn't like they were just right next to me and I patted the water. No, they turned around and came back, looked dead at me. And I was like, yep. Well, I've been to aquariums and stuff like that. I've had the opportunity. I had a friend of mine worked at the Tennessee Aquarium in Chattanooga, and have been able to go backstage. Have had hung out with real life penguins. They're just amazing critters. Not at all what you think they are when you go to touching them. They're very leathery and it's weird, but they're cool. They're cool critters. I just want to say. Much respect to the penguin. So, having worked with animals that have been, hurt and raised them and headaches can be a sign of DNA upgrades. That could be too. And if you look at the Shaman residents, now we got hit with some solar flare energy, and Mother Earth showed up. I think it was the other night I was doing that long show. It was the Schumann was up, and yesterday as well. Not as much as the day before. So Mother Earth is definitely reacting to the solar energy and the cosmic energy. And of course we can, if it's making Mother Earth buzz, it's making us buzz too. So but there could be other reasons you got a headache. I mean, for me, I didn't have a headache, which is strange. I was sore from sitting here and and being in one spot and doing the connection thing. But I was so filled with gratefulness, and I was like, but what did what is it, Hawkeye, that I'm supposed to uh, don't integrate the happenings around you. Find the knowing within, relate to the new energy that is coming forth. Old grid breaking down, new grid coming in. Yeah, there's going to be several new grids. So, me and Brian talked about this years ago, and I said, find an inner tube. It's going to be wavy, and it is. I just think, whoa, whoa, holy mackerel! I feel way up here today. Then must be on top of a wave. Zoom down the other side, and I'm like, holy crap! I feel like I'm surrounded by whatever, and then we're a couple days later, we're up again. Love and gratitude can help healing energies and more in you. Yeah, Max. I mean, here's the thing. It's sort of it was really odd in that I woke up just repeating I'm in gratitude, and I was like, well, that's a new one for me, in gratitude. Well, yeah, I am. And I was like, okay, so that was yesterday. And I didn't try to push the thought away or the feeling. I was just really curious as to what the hell it was. I still am. Thus part of this conversation I'm having with you. But in my dream state, in the dream walking after all of that connection, it was like, when you do things honestly, without any expectation from your heart, and I honestly, y'all, I don't expect anything back. I really don't. But it comes back anyway. And so it's like, I never ask for you to like or share a video. I'm not into that. It's not about the numbers for me or who knows. It's how good you folks are. It's whether or not you're compassionate. You want to come in and hang out with us. And, I always felt a sense of gratitude yesterday. Felt like nothing could disrupt my peace. Yeah. And if it's my connection with the universe, if it's doing the readings or whatever, I'm already creating a new world. harvest season. So, but for me, I just do it. Spirits are, hounding me and kicking me, and I say they're kicking me. But as I was telling Barry today on the phone, I said the kicking is kind of playful, but the kicking is that if there's a topic that they want me to discuss, they they won't allow me to get it out of my head. It just I go try to think about cranking up the weed eater or something. I mean, it can be really simple, and they're like, no, we're not going to let you. No, you got to think on this. Like, come on, guys or gals or folks or whatever, but it didn't. No, you're going to think about this until you do the video and get it out. Okay. So that's the way they kick me. Dr. Amato's water experiments showing effects of words and intention on water show love and gratitude as our harmonious. Yep, I agree. Yep. But in my shaman in training, nobody explained, because you're taught not to expect anything. Now, I think I said this the other day. I said, now, if you had come to my house and wanted a reading, then if you come, then you should, out of respect to the elder or whoever's doing it, you should bring a gift. And it's not that I would ever say, you owe me. No. It would be how much respect do you see in whoever's doing the reading or the elder or whatever. I lived off grid and outdoor 2 weeks, and it was amazing. Felt so good when I returned home. Yeah, it's interesting. The spirits over here poked me in my arm or knocked me loud like a drum beat machine. Now I get that too, Pearl. But if they want me to talk about a particular thing, the kicking is they won't let the thing get out of my head. That's the kicking. So I wanted to explain that, in that it doesn't feel like an actual kick, although sometimes it has felt like that. But I get tapped on the shoulder like I did, with my magic feather that I have here, from the egret. I'm sorry, it's a blue heron, which is in the egret family, but it's a heron anyway. Um, so, and I'm not looking for grace. It has popped up on its own. It's like, well, if you do this, then this happens. Well, I hadn't really done that a lot in the past, openly for like 16 people or so the other night when I did the card readings. Was that whatever comes back in the universe, or that there would be anything that came back. That's where I'm really shocked and surprised. So it's not like I want to jump in and start doing more cards because of the feedback or whatever. No, it ain't that. But it's that it's an unexpected feeling. It's good feeling. Don't get me wrong. I'm very grateful. I'm in gratitude of all these things. That's my point. I don't think it's like coming from any one person, but it is coming from the universe. So it's like, so if you honestly and openly do something positive without any kind of expectation or reward, there is grace in that is given by the universe. And I feel it now is that it came in the form of gratitude. I'm in gratitude to the universe for all of these things, and I still thank you for the stars. Thank you for the moon. Thank you for what I get to eat. And thank you for, I'm thank you, thank you, thank you. But there seemed after that reading session to be something extra in the gratitude. And now I try my best not to put ego in this, like, well, I did such a good job. They're grateful for what I did. And I was like, don't even go there, Dave. Stay out of that area. That's the Dave part of me. Hawkeye says, nah, no, 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 no. No, that ain't what it's about. And because this is a new thing for me in doing the card readings, for every time that I've done them, there is this collective energy that I'm being aware of that's new to me. In that, where'd that come from? It's not bad, it's different, but where'd that come from? And what is this? What are these words that won't get out of my head? Ingratitude or something like that. Why would I even use the word grace at all? It's just out of my vocabulary kind of thing. So where are these coming from for me, spiritually? And all I can say is that that's the universe. This is what I feel up to this point, that what the universe is saying, that and I can't remember which card I pulled the other night, but it was like we had to give I think it was Moose, where we had to give ourselves a pat on the back, where the Moose was calling out because he was proud of who he was or who he is. He bellows because of his pride, but not because of his ego. It was like, wow, well. And so it's sort of like, sometimes that's when we get the card, it's like we're getting a badge that says a job well done. And I don't well, you all tell me whether or not it's a job well done. The CD is ringing in your ears by maybe the lily wave created by Zeno. Emotional feedback frequency like radar, but through house wires. Yeah, I have it. It comes and goes. I've got a bit of it going on right now. Less over here, but more in this ear. But yeah. I'm trying to figure out what the ringing in the ears was, and my spirit say, just don't pay attention to it. And I'm like, but I'm an audiophile. I'm a DJ. I did sounds and soundtracks and things for people for money. I mean, I was hoping to, anyway. And they were like, listen, your ears, because I've been hit in the head so many times, I'm picking up different things that other people just don't hear. In the past, I've been able to hear radio stations. When I say there's a song playing in my head, turn on the radio and I'd be right where the song is in the radio and go, well, that's interesting. I mean, literally hear the radio stations in my head. So is Julianne in the house? David Castle's in. Y'all have heard the news source. Well, it's not really like ringing, but a different kind of high frequency. My child is trying to visit spirit, something I missed. They collect negative emotion frequencies and feed them back to you. Yeah, see, there are people who say, oh, my ears are ringing, the bad guys are after me, and my spirit said, your ears are ringing. Yeah, well, what about it? And this, that, no. So your ears are ringing. That means you're paying attention to something in the universe. Yeah, but what's it all about, Alfie? What's it all about, Alfie? Is it just for the moment we live? What's it all about? Never mind. Hey sis, how are you? Julianne, I have our grandson here, so I'll be in and out. All right. Don't step on him, Julie. In and out. I was thinking of, never mind. But the frequency thing. But anyway, there are people who are, oh, my ears are ringing and it's freaking me out, and just let it roll. You know, go to the doctor, get some medicine, go do this or that. Just, you know, just relax. You know, I'm glad you're here too. I'm gonna try to pronounce your name, sis. Wentelman. It sounds German, Wentelman, or Austrian, or anyway. It's one of my things that I like to try to figure out. So many. I before E is silent. Yep. Versus Winkelman. Right. I got you. And blessings to you for being here and hanging out with us. Now, y'all be good in there in the chat and allow this young lady to be part of the family. I'm glad for you, Mr. Noel, and all the rest. Couldn't be anywhere greater than in y'all. Thank you. Well, Chloe, as I have been discussing, especially these last 6 months ish, more so than before, but in that I have noticed, and I've talked to you about that, my my grandfather on my adopted mother's side, he wasn't really my grandfather, but he was, and he went by Fritz. Just saying, my grandfather. I don't have to say what. No, but what I'm saying is the idea though that as a collective, as we have all shared each other's energy and we come together and continue to share that energy, it has I have noticed, and I think you all have too, because every single one of us is getting better at what we're doing. And each one of us knows each other a longer time. We understand our frequencies better. I can see somebody's hand up in the ether out there and be able to pull a card, you know, and apparently I'm doing pretty good. So it's like, that's all I need to know. If I'm being crappy, tell me, if the cards don't match or they don't mean anything, you got to tell me because I want to know if my connection or somebody's like, hey, wait, you want what? You want me to pull another, okay, go back through the deck again. But anyway, um, and as I hope you know, I got nothing in this. I got no dog in this race. As the old timers say. I just do it because Spirit says, hey, there's somebody out there needs these messages. There are people out there that need positive reinforcement from the universe. There are people out there that in some way, shape, or form need some kind of guidance in whatever these animal cards and whatever. I'm also, you'll hear me, they say they want me to read this part again, and then I'll read it a third time. Because sometimes some of those sentences, I mean, almost in a way that book of on the cards, in a way, is almost like a mini Bible. I was thinking about it the other day, and I was like, if I were to go to look for a Bible passage, which I could, but I would rather use the animals as examples. And I was like, here's deer again, giving us this message about, and here's the message that keeps coming back through to me. Jesus died for our sins on the cross. Okay. The Native Americans believed that deer fawn, because of its gentleness, beat the demon with love and didn't have to sacrifice anything. And if you follow the deer, then you will have the strength and the gentleness And the road is clear to the top of the sacred mountain to have a chat with Great Spirit. And to me, it's like, how cool is that? But you got to believe, 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 you know? And I still believe in Christ. I still believe in, certain things of the Bible. But the idea, though, that, okay, so here's the deal, the road is clear to Sacred Mountain if we practice gentleness in our lives. Whoa, dude, what? And you don't have to really go. I mean, you listen to the story. I still like the story. I have, I truncated it to try to save time in reading so many things. There are certain portions that I leave out that are just like extra words and don't seem to be pertain to the timing. But some of these stories, some of these are a little too wordy as far as just getting the message out. But anyway, I've been tempted to go in and highlight some of these sentences, but I don't want to do that to the book. So anyway, um, yeah, Max, that's one of the things that it has been not freaking me out in the, oh my God, I can't stand it, but freaking me out in that I seem to be pretty, uh, my readings seem to be pretty reliable. The readings that I do for people, and it's up to them to decide. But I know in doing the readings, there is a message that every time I do cards, there's a message that is floated all through the card reading that particular night. And certain cards will show up possibly in on any night that I do a reading, but some cards haven't showed up in a long time. And I was shuffling them the other night. Bat showed up a couple of times actually, and hasn't in a while. Moose showed up, been a while. I think I've only read Moose once. There was a couple of other cards. Whale doesn't show up very often. Uh, you know, uh, there was one other thing, but I can't remember what it was. But it was like, so I see the regularity of the cards. So why haven't I picked any of these cards before? You know what I mean? Um, but I've pulled all these other cards like bear before and this one, and deer keep showing up, swan keeps showing up, frog has showed up because there is something about the cleansing. So, but as far as for myself, the day after I look back and go, well, that was just so interesting because I could have pulled, there's 44 cards in the deck. So the chances of me pulling some cards again and again, even though I shuffle them to try to mix them up, I'll pick the same card, and it won't be like it'll be at the top of the deck, and I'll just peel it away and go, well, how about that? When the last time I saw the card was at the bottom of the deck, you know what I'm saying? So how did it migrate up through the deck? Okie dokie, that's interesting, and it's right side up instead of upside down. The last time I saw it, you see, so as um, as just an observer, trying not to look at the cards. There are times when I take a peek and go, there's that card again. Whoops, it's upside down now. Don't care. That's not the point. For me, it's the spirits are showing me that there's a meaning in the fact that this particular card keeps coming up, right? Throughout the readings, okay? And whether I tell you about them, sometimes I do at the time, but sometimes I just look down and go, there's that card again. And I keep shuffling, to try to not have that card show up again, but then it'll show up again. And to me, it's almost like it's a false reading if I pull a card that I pulled for somebody else after, only shuffling enough times. But then again, it's like, but I can't see the cards. I never put the cards in the same place in the deck. I always split them up and then shuffle them this way and then do the flippy thing and do that. And, so it's like, so how are these things showing up? And I, split the deck to go, you know, shuffle them and there'll be that card again. And I go, now, okay. So for me, that's my shaman spiritual something training in that they're showing me something during the card readings. And it's never the same card. on you know, from reading to reading. Now there will be a card or two that show up from reading to reading, like swan, gracefulness, deer, gentleness. Ain't nothing wrong with that, you know. But you know, raven will show up, or owl will show up, or lizard will show up, or the snake will show up, you know, and they kind of have a tendency. But the snake is in the transmutation, and lizard is in the illusion. It's in the dream world. So with these energies, I think that are coming through, the fact this is my interpretation of lizard showing up often here lately, is that we see things through our regular world, but now many of us, the ringing in our ears, the different frequencies and things, is that we are seeing through the illusion. There, we're seeing some of us are seeing into the dream world. It's being seen. We've got our eyes closed, but we can still see it. You know. Anyway, see through the illusion. But anyway, could be a calcified third eye or a blockage. Try grounding and clearing your chakras. Yeah. One of the biggest things, whether, you know, I mean, look, I know that my chakras need realigning and stuff like that. Okay. And I don't practice what I should. All right. Let me just say that. Uh, but every day I try to do it. I try to be a little better, you know, so that's the key. But in that though, this third eye here, you must practice to open it. Now, I'm kind of sort of not really done with the topic of gratitude or grace or whatever, but I think, you know, for those of you who have made it in here, I am not bragging about this. This video is not about that. It is about my observations, because as a shaman in training, any of you that might experience this, you might go, what the fuck is this? Excuse my French, but you know, that's not French. Fruken, no, that's German. Anyway, I'm kidding. Um, Yeah, Max, one of these days I want to come and sit in, you know. Shame on me. You've sat in on several of my shows, and for whatever reason, I have not had the opportunity to sit in on one of your shows. And I just want to apologize for that. But let me tell you, my heart's in it, and uh, I understand enough to know that you're doing a good job and people are respect you. I respect you, and I think that's what's needed in this realm of things. You know, we might have different techniques on how we do things or see things or whatever, but you know, in the long run, what we're all trying to do is help each other. And Max, my hat is off to you and to all of you out there. And remember, and I'm not saying this to Max because he already knows, but it is not about ego. You must keep ego out of any of this. If you want to succeed in remote viewing, you can't be egotistical. It'll mess up the thing. If you want to learn about doing cards, you got to get ego out of there. And so, and if you're going to be good at it, is if you start putting ego into what you're doing. And one of the things that is really strange to me about this ingratitude thing these last couple of days, and my state of grace, if I were to trace it back, probably came after one of my card readings. State of the Union, we start with pictures, but we do destinations. Yeah, I know. And keep up the good work is my 10 cents, you know, 20 cents. Wait, I'll give you a dollar, you know. But to open up the third eye, this is something I've talked about before. It also helps you to learn how to astral project. And what you do is you go in your bedroom and lay, you know, prop yourself up to where you're not sleeping, but prop yourself up. Um, and just lay down and relax, so that you're just going to lay there and relax for 5 minutes. Okay. So, but before you go in there, if I'm just going to say it's your living room and your bedroom. Okay. So before you go to your bedroom, you look around the living room and you observe it. Okay. And then you go to your room, walk down the hall or whatever you do, open up the door, however you're going to do it, and then go lay down. Now, when you close your eyes, you want to, um, laying down, then you want to picture yourself getting back up and walking into the next, out the hall and into the living room and looking at the living room through this eye right here. Now, another thing I used to teach blind people, and they were, I'd say, how can you see? Well, I kind of see something, but you're blind. Yeah, well, they're seeing through their third eye, and depending on how much they develop it. So, what you do is that you learn how to get up from your bed and you stick to one room, stick to one thing, and so that you'll get used to it. So, you walk through it in your mind's eye and look around the living room from the same location that you looked at it from before. You want to repeat the process. So you look around the room, and if you're doing this right, you will notice something in this state here that you didn't notice while you were looking at it while you were there. There's something else will catch your eye. And so then turn around and in your mind, picture yourself walking back. Go, if you're open the door, however you're going to do it, and lay back down. And then get up with your eyes closed and walk to the door with your eyes closed. Make sure there's nothing in the way to kill yourself. Go out the door, go down the hall or whatever it is, and go to that spot and look around the room with your eyes closed. So you've walked there with your in your mind. Now you're walking there with the picture in your mind, but with your eyes closed. And then and don't open them until you. And when you're standing there in the location, try to see something different that is not in your 2D eye, 3D eye vision. And you'll notice, oh, there's a picture over there, or there's this something, or a light sitting the fan. There's something you will notice. And so if you practice this, it will help you with your third eye opening, because that's one of the things they do to young children that they've been practicing these things. They put a blindfold on them. I've talked about this before, but they put a blindfold on the kids, and the kids learn how to see through their third eye. And they can see the blackboard, they can walk around, they go out on the playground all day long, and they don't need to, they can do it all with a blindfold on. So if you will, but you have to get it to open up. So how do you get it to open up? You can do these really simple things. Now, pick a time when there's nobody in the house and you got an hour to yourself. And it's not about how calm you are or how meditative you are. It's that you're just going to be relaxed. So you go, I'm going to relax and I'm going to try this little thing. So you lay down, and so you remember which is an awareness issue as well. So you're aware of how many steps that you don't necessarily have to count, but how your brain already, by the way, your brain already knows how many steps it is from your bed to the door. Your brain already knows because you walked it a gazillion times. It already knows. So trust it. So you trust in yourself that, well, how am I almost there to the wall and you're doing this feely thing? Have confidence. Now, make sure there's nothing in your way to break to step on. But trust your feelings and see how close you get without doing this, searching business. And it will help you. I know there have been people who said, Dave, I think you're crazy as hell. That's all right, about this, doing this practice. I learned this back in the late 60s and early 70s, and it's how I got started. And I'm here to tell you, walking through these things helps your brain, especially us old people. We have to walk through these things. The younger folks who don't have haven't had years of head bangs and drugs and alcohol and smoking and whatever for me, oh, it's 2:19. Come on, I'm ready. I've been here an hour. So if you got them, smoke them. Uh, I don't know. Crazy seems right around the corner to me. Sis. Greetings. Mossy Man's in the house. Cool. But anyway, so with this thing though, if you want to open your third eye, if you want to learn how to, uh, you know, there are exercises. I just explained them. How relaxed you want to be or whatever. But the thing is that you've many of you, some of you new folks haven't, but I've been splitting wood for a while now. I'll be 69 this year. And I got to the point where when I first start every year, it takes me a couple of swings, but I can put that axe right dead center in the middle of the crack that I made before the swing. And I'm not like sitting there going, choo, choo. No, I'm like, blam, and I can hit it in the same spot or within, a couple of millimeters from, from where I hit it before. And it's because the brain knows. It knows the velocity. I've been splitting firewood with an axe for so many years, and the brain just knows. Now I got to get my stance. If I get to, and the first couple of tries in the fall when I'm splitting firewood, I gotta get it. It might take me a day or two, but by the third or fourth day, I'm back to slinging the axe and not even looking hardly at the wood. I just I just assume my brain is going to put that axe in the same place, right? And I've been so right so many times. In the thousands of times I've done this, I've got it right every time without thinking about it. And the idea is that the body already knows. It's already calculated the speed and the thingy and the trajectory. And if you concentrate it on it too hard, you'll miss it. So, but anyway, 422, I missed it by 2. But I was talking to a mechanic friend of mine, and he's not too much into what I'm talking about. But I was like, how long you been a mechanic? And he about 15 years now. And I said, yeah. And I said, how many times in the last 5 years have you had, he works on heavy duty, Alice Chalmers and, freight liners. And, he's a semi tractor trailer, person that goes out on and fixes these units. But anyway, so I said, have you gotten to a point where you've worked on the same model and you already know instinctively that you don't even have to look? You put the nut in the washer in this hand and you just reach down there and you ain't even looking and you know how to put it on. And he stopped and thought about it for a minute and he goes, you're right. And I said, well, that's what I'm talking about. And he goes, well, what do you mean? I said, your brain, you've done this so many times that you don't even have to look at it. You pick it up without even thinking. You pick up the nut and the washer in one hand, you get the bolt in the other and the right size wrench, and you don't even look at where you need to go. You just reach down there and it all goes in and you tighten it up and there you go. And he's like, I had never really thought about that. He said, and I used to struggle. And I was like, yeah, now you don't, do you? He goes, no, because I just know where they go. And I was but you know where they go, but you can reach over the side of an engine and put 2 bolts in without even really, you kind of sight it in, where before you had to go down here like this, and now you just go doom, 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 and it's on, right? And he goes, yeah. He said, I had never thought about that. And I said, that's because your brain remembers it all. But you have to trust your brain It's when we fight our brain that, how am I going to get this nut and bolt on? Well, after you've done it a couple of times, you just don't even think about it. You just do it. Well, what does that mean? It's the same thing with looking with your third eye. It's the same thing about astral projection. It's the same thing about walking around with your eyes closed, and that your brain already knows. It's already recorded it. Even if you're blind, your brain knows how many steps it is to the door, or with your eyes closed. It's amazing what your brain already knows if you just allow it. It's amazing what your brain can see without your eyeballs if you allow it to happen. I'm just saying. So is there magic to it? I think it's just the magic of the universe. You know, I I'm I don't know how else to explain it. Is it supernatural? No, because there's too many people that can do this. Is it preternatural? Is it some extra gift? No, I think it's a gift we've always had, because native folks, they could run miles in the dark, without a flashlight. Uh, I've walked down to the river and up the hill and stuff, with very little moonlight, just with starlight. And you've been on the river. People have been with me at night on the river, and I don't keep a light on all the time, and I don't run into things. And before I run into things, I go, whoa, let me stop, and then I'll turn my flashlight on or whatever, and go, whoa, almost run into that in that tree limb. Oop, better go this way. And I've amazed so many people. How do you see in the dark? And it's like, it just is. There are different light fractions and things and stuff, and I'm using starlight on the water. There's just a lot of stuff. But can I actually, quote, see in the dark? I don't, not necessarily as people would say, well, I've got like, X-ray vision or something. No, but I put my energy out, and I have come like almost bumped into something, but had stopped paddling, turned on my headlamp and go, ooh, that was close, you know, and not actually see it, but feel it. So I know it's there, because I use it myself too many times. So, but you have to gain the confidence. You have to practice it yourself. You have to get up or go lay down, get up, walk into the next room. You have to allow yourself. There are people I've noticed that prepare a lot of food, work in the kitchen or whatever. And, where I have to be careful when I cut my onions, they're like, chop, 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 chop. I can't do that. I cannot do that. I'm not going to do it. But I can split a log, with one hand, slinging it, a 5-pound splitting maul or 10-pound or whatever it is. But anyway, and do it with one arm, even at my age. So can you do it? The answer is yes. Do you believe you can do it? Well, that's another thing. I used to practice that. Turn to the gas station with my eyes because I'd see cars at the pump, open my eyes, and I saw them without using my eyes. Yep. And I don't want to say in particular, it is similar to future in using your foresight like Max teaches. um it's all about being able to use that psychic energy, we all got it, right? So we have to be able to open up to it and allow it to be usable or whatever. And for every time I do a card for y'all, I say, and I sincerely mean this, close your eyes for 30 seconds and raise your hand so my spirit guide can see it. I know it sounds silly, stupid, or whatever, but in my visual, how I visualize these things. So in my realm, I see somebody's hand up, where somebody says, well, you know, how do you do this? Well, I ask folks to raise their hand in the spirit world. I say, close your eyes, raise your hand. But how am I doing it? I don't really know. But if you honestly do that, then I can honestly hear you or see you or whatever it is, because, um, I don't know how I'm doing it. But that is my instructions for my spirit guide, so it can help me, they, us in the card reading, right? So, but anyway, but you have to learn to trust it. You have to learn to trust yourself. And don't go out there channel a bunch of other folks. Ask your spirit guide to do the asking. You channel your spirit guide only. I'm telling folks, don't do that. There are too many weird things out there and energies that if you're new at this, they can swipe your soul, okay? So stick with your spirit guide. Do not channel other entities. You can ask your spiritual guide about other entities, but do not allow these to speak through you. Please don't do that. Okay. After all these years, I would not even think about doing that. But my spirit guides, if I want to know about something, they'll say, "Okay, Hawkeye, here's the skinny on this," and I'll what, and I'll tell you a story, but I ain't channeling anybody. Okay, I will ask the spirit to have a chat with my spirit guide, my higher self, but I ain't channeling nobody. And if you're still new at this stuff, don't try it. Don't attempt it, please. Jesus, stay out of that area, okay? But learn how to connect with yourself, okay? By all means. But don't go inviting anybody in there that don't belong. Y'all stay out of that. That's my Friday night frights. Now I say this because, and one of the reasons I'm here talking about some of this stuff is that I nobody trained me. I trained myself in a lot of areas through readings and observations and, you know, going down rabbit holes and stuff like that. Being places, going places, meeting people. But in the early stages, especially when there wasn't any kind of internet or anything, you had to literally go to a library and do research, which I did. And the books and stuff that I found on witchcraft and demonology and this and that. And I was like, oh my God, the dark side. And then there's sort of the Wiccan. But in the understanding from a shaman's point of view, and as the cards said again the other night, you cannot do anything that takes energy from another from any other being or entity or whatever. You shouldn't misuse a rock. If you're trying to concentrate on a person and you want them to love you or something, that wrong, because you're trying to force something. But now I must say this: if for example, up here you want to contact somebody, so you might get a crystal and go, if Bobby Jean's listening to me, call me on the phone. But here's the thing: I've done that, or had a feeling. My grandson that called me one night and told me about my friend Marcia, and he was like, "I love you, pops." He's the one that sent me the necklace and this really nice crystal over here, and sent me the sage that I was burning the other night. So and I sent a call out to him. And if I do that, or if I'm thinking, they may have been thinking about me at the time, but I acknowledge it. Like, John, Big John, I don't know if you're thinking about me, but I'm thinking about you. And if you got a minute, call me. Let me know how you're doing. I will say it out loud while I'm thinking it, but then I will drop it. I don't sit here and mull about it and try to shoot energy or whatever. I've learned that a quick text message from here, even though I speak it, John, if that's you, might rub my head a little bit. John, if that's you, let me picture you in my head here. If that's you, I love you. Cosmic hugs. Hope you're doing okay. And whatever it is, call me if you can. And a day or two later, I'll get a phone call. Now, not always when I think about him, but there's a certain times where there's a certain twinge, is all I can say. And I'll know that he's hearing me at the same time. Me and Barry did it the other day, and he called me today to, and I wasn't quite thinking about the same thing he was today, but the other day we were probably within a few minutes of, I was going to call him, he was going to call me anyway. So there's a certain feeling that you get, like when it was my granny that I would feel like was going to call. So there is that individual number, that individual frequency that each one of us have. Chloe, I envisioned the person in my mind and sent them a message. Yep. Oh, is Ed in the house? Hey, Ed, we should always, I got 6, 7, 12. Because I test or question me, but it's always the right way. And thing I know now, one is my inner source knowledge. Yeah, Chloe. Oh, you were talking to Ed, but I agree in that. So the practice comes with yourself and making sure your connection, you always hear me talking about that, our core self, our core value, what that is us, our heart, soul, spirit connection that makes us us. And we got to throw in the brain too, but if the heart and soul ain't in it, the brain ain't worth a shit. I'm sorry. I don't know how that just slipped out that way. But so the more you practice those things with your own, with your own spirit, then if you got a question about something or someone, ask your spirit. And because then you can rely on the answer. But if you rely on something else in the universe, now here's something. If I say, well, felt like Barry was calling me, I had that thought in my head. It's like, maybe I should call him just for the hell of it, you know. And then we both got tired and took naps, which was interesting as well. But so we spent time in the dream time maybe. But anyway, so with that though, you have to have confidence without ego. You have to have enough ego to be able to do it. But the confidence is what's important. And like Moose said in the cards the other night, that if you've done a good job, then it's all right to, pat yourself on the back or to holler it to the universe, but without ego. It's the feeling of a job well done. And how it was described is, well, let me get the book and read it. There's a section in there about how the job is well done when it goes into your, let me find Moose just for the heck of it. Oh, number 11 on page 81. Oh, and for those of you who didn't know, there was a snake in my house the other day, and I'm not quite sure if the snake's gone. So number 11, I got the number. I had the number wrong. Remember, it was up towards the front. Yeah, I pulled the dog wolf combination too. I thought that was interesting. Oh, and pulled porcupine the other day too. That was interesting. And porcupine is one of my totems because of the Knoll family crest is supposed to be a porcupine. So anyway, I'm going to find this little bit here about moose because I think for all of us, we need to be able to say a job well done. Okay, so Moose's self-esteem. Moose, help me to honor the gifts I can give and recognize my worthiness as long as I live. Self-esteem. Self-esteem is the medicine of Moose because it represents the power of recognize that wisdom has been used in a situation and that recognition or a pat on the back is deserved. The call of the Moose bellow is to tell the world about his feelings. This tell the world trait contains a joyfulness which only comes with a sense of accomplishment. Yeah, the spiral grouse. Yeah. There is no greater joy than a job well done. This trait is therefore not seeking of approval, but rather an enjoyment of sharing because of the spontaneous explosion of joy that comes from the deepest part of one's being. Now, I read that the other night, and I read it a couple of times, and I keep coming back to the moose, where the time before when I did a reading, it was another card that kept coming to me. But this time, this thing about self-esteem. So the wisdom is woven throughout the scenario that is creation, and creation constantly brings forth new ideas and further creation. Moose is telling us that joy should be shouted with pride. The wisdom in doing this shouting is that the joy is catching. In a sense, the bellowing is a way for us all to lighten up and give ourselves or each other a pat on the back and a job well done. Moose people, get this, have the ability to know when to use the gentleness of deer and when to activate the stampede of buffalo. Both deer and buffalo were in the readings the other night. So was moose. But in this little reading here on this one page, it, like, to me, it is rather an enjoyment of sharing because of the spontaneous explosion of joy that comes from the deepest part of one's being. And that, by doing what I did the other night and by doing the card readings, there is this residual thing. And uh, uh, I don't know if it's self-esteem, and I'm not here. I'm here to pat y'all on the back, actually, for being here and and connecting with spirit. And if the cards were right, then that means my guys were connecting with your guys. And so what I'm learning in with this, for every time I do cards for you folks, there is a residual trace left over. So, I've been on with Julie Ann a few times, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Julie. I think I got this right. But and if so, she's a pleasant lady, always, always, and you know, and it's a joy to have her energy in the chat room. But through it all, it's like, it's just, at the end of the day, it's just that it's a job well done, and that sense of feeling pride. And Elderberry helping out all the time, and Michelle in the background there, and all y'all that come and support me so that I can do this. So I'm not trying to, I am not doing this video out of any kind of sense of pride or anything, or I'm bragging. That ain't it. I'm trying to understand this as a shaman and from a shaman's point of view. So what I'm getting out of this is that, yes, I should be proud that I got so many cards right the other night. Absolutely. For me, it was a real trip. And I'm in gratitude to the universe that I was allowed to give the message. And in gratitude that you all are here with me now and we're still sharing, you know. Thank you, Julie. Hey, Teresa, just want to say I'm here in the background. All right, Teresa. Hope you're doing well. I appreciate all y'all. I do. That's sort of the reason I'm doing this, because I wouldn't know if I could do this and how well I'm doing it if it weren't for you folks for me to sort of practice on. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so I want to be able to learn how to do this, to be able to communicate what spirit needs the message for you to be, or maybe it's for all of us. But so as that shaman in training, are the words just words, or do they make sense, and do they make a difference? Now, it isn't my judgment as to whether or not it makes a difference. That's not my call. I am out of this picture, you know what I mean? But as a shaman, if someone comes up and goes, hey, Hawkeye, thanks, you know, that's all that's necessary. And now if somebody goes by and goes, Hawkeye, well then, not so much a good job, you know what I mean? So, but in this, I do this without expectation, is that, but there's something that comes back anyway. And so my spirit messages have been, this is what grace is. And like I've said, I'm repeating what they're telling me because I'm still trying to figure it out. That's why I'm having conversation with y'all. I mean, honest to goodness. Because to Catholics and being in a state of grace, but this, in doing this with love and honor and all the things, here's the thing. If I'm getting it right in here, and I'm getting it right in here, and that means I'm getting it right with the universe. It's like, so after 67 years of practice, 68 years of practice, because I'll be 69 soon, right? And 68 years of practice in this, I'm finally starting to figure it out. I still don't understand it, but I'm starting to figure it out, in that trusting my own thoughts, trusting my guardian angels. I think I've got a guardian angel and a spirit guide. I think there's two of them. That's my personal. And there are a couple other folks that stop by once in a while and throw a word in or two. Sounds like they're playing cards up there sometimes. I swear to God, it's like they're playing gin rummy or something. I know y'all can hear me. I know, but in and of that though, there's something about a familiarity that if you can trust your spirit guide that well, and it's like, I'm going to bring up this feather again. I had passed it on the way back up the river, got tapped on the shoulder, and had to go back and get it. It was behind me. So it's when you know that your spirit guides are, when you follow through on the simple things with your spirit guides, you will be tuned into the greater things from your spirit guides. Okay. And it will be easier for you to receive messages through your spirit guides. So one thing in the little bit of offering of, if you want to ask them a question, they're having a little chat with me right now to give you all. Don't ask a bunch of questions. What is the meaning of life and what does it mean to me? Don't even go there. You just want to say, okay, what does this mean? What do trees mean in the world? That's just an example, but what do trees mean? Not a particular tree. Or maybe you say, well, I want to know about oak trees, or maybe you want to know, but, or what about dolphins, or whatever it is that you want to know about. Ask one thing. Don't ask a bunch, and let it sit. Let it ride, as we might say, if you were at Vegas, let it ride, Clyde. Don't let it slide, but let it ride. My Buffalo card reminded me of that. Right, Michelle. So there are things that, um, and Michelle, I can use you as an example because you sent me a picture of the buffalo on the side of the building, and you're talking about it right now. Uh, Love my angels and ancestors guiding the way. Absolutely. Yeah. What is my strongest spirit animal? Here's the thing, though, Chloe. There are times in our life when our spirit animals can change. So a totem, from my learnings, and I would like to get back into some practice of it, but in my learnings about the sacred wheel and doing setting up a sacred wheel outside, that the different stations have different meanings and different areas have different stuff. But in doing so, because the universe is changing always, and that's one of the things we need to take into consideration, what may have been a pet animal or something as you were growing up as a totem, you might say, might change when you get older. There may be a whole different set of animals that come to you. And so, one of the things that was taught to me, told me, and some of the cards and extra readings afterwards back me up on that. So, you may have a strong animal totem, but it doesn't mean that that totem won't change. So, you have to be aware of that, or accept that you've got another that's coming in as a sister or brother or cousin or something. But anyway, Tracy's in the house. All kinds of folks hanging out and jumping around in here. Um, but anyway, so for the spirits, keep it simple, because the information you can get that will come to you or get downloaded to you. I mean, I'm just saying, if you just say, okay, tell me about the mighty oak, give me, information. I want to know about oak. And maybe you go sit under one or something, or, whatever it is, or hold an acorn, something, uh, grab a piece of bark and say, I want to know about this. And if you can feel it, there was something I was watching earlier today in one of my cartoon fantasy somethings I was watching and listening to. And there was a comment that was made about that in order to really understand it, like whatever it is, you have to see it, feel it, touch it, taste it, and smell it to really understand. And you say, well, you can look at spaghetti, but just the noodles, but until you cook them, they're just these things that crumble, right? So you cook the spaghetti and it's like, but cooking spaghetti doesn't necessarily smell like any particular thing. But then when you add sauce to the spaghetti, then the spaghetti has a smell and a texture, you know what I mean? Now, okay, spaghetti are just these long pieces of, okay. But in that, though, to really have the experience of spaghetti would be to see it, touch it, smell it, taste it, you know, and to watch it cook, do the experience of it, but if somebody just tells you about it or you see a picture of spaghetti, unless you've been through the whole experience. So, in a spiritual sense, if something requires that of spaghetti, as my example, then, well, I can see where this makes sense. I hear it and it makes sense. Can I taste of it in any way? And can I smell it? You know, what's its aroma? And you say, well, that's a little crazy. Well, no, there's a flower outside, and I can't remember what it is. It's a big bush, and it's got white blossoms on it. It's beautiful. And the things, oh, the aroma. I walk out the back door, and this is up on the hill a little ways, right? 20, 30 feet away. And you can smell the fragrance of this thing. In fact, I should go pick a couple. But oh my God, got a strong connect to Wales. So loved it when you pulled that for me. Yeah, the barred owls. Owls have a lot of different messages. And sometimes just look at the clock when you hear them. Not any particular thing, but if you hear one, look at the clock. It may or may not mean anything, but it's sort of a timestamp like, wow, that was, oh, okay, you know. Gardenia. Yes, I do believe it is a gardenia. Oh my God, they are. It's a beautiful bush. Oh, it's like over my head and big around, and it's coming out. I'm going to have to clip around it so it'll have more sunshine. But oh my God, and it is flooded with they look like white roses, sort of. Oh my God, and smell gardenias. Thank you, Chloe. Thank you. I was gonna have to look it up, but as soon as you look, maybe it's you hit it right on the nose. Gardenias, thank you. So see, however we interact in this world, the fact that there are times when I'm singing a song and can't remember who did it, and one or two or all of y'all will get in there and throw in that who you know and it's not necessarily name that tune, but who did who what was the band's name, and y'all know what I'm talking about. But the synchronicity in some of that, well, I was like, I wonder where that person's name in, and Michelle will type something in, or Chloe, or so throw something in there. I will. Don't make me hungry. I will not be triggered. Let me tell you, I've been, a friend of mine came by. It's almost been a week ago now, but anyway, he was the gentleman, my friend that had that lawnmower fall on him about a year ago now. It was around this time last year, but anyway, and he's walking around and getting around and doing where they said he'd never walk again, and they almost pulled the plug on him 2 or 3 times, and his wife fought him off. But they brought me some. He's got a freezer. Him and his wife put stuff up all the time. He brought me some fresh peaches that are really good. I only got 1 or 2 left, but thank you. And he brought me some crawdads, and I was like, "What?" And he goes, "You like crawdads?" And I was like, "Yeah." So when he pulled up, he hands me this big bag of frozen crawdads that he had just gotten in from Louisiana. And I'm like, oh my God, when was the last time I had crawdads, So, but in saying that, I've also, when I opened up the freezer, I was like, ooh, I forgot I got shrimp. Well, I have learned to make this shrimp and I was using scallops as the other thing, sort of a seafood combo, spaghetti sauce, and with mushrooms and fresh bell pepper, which I've got and I need to use, and fresh onion, and and herbs and spices, and a little hot sauce in there, and make up slice up like one sausage, slice it up really thin, sort of almost like pepperonis, and put it in and mix it in, and and cook it down just till it's enough, and use the can of diced tomatoes, and I will cook these in my big cast iron skillet. And so I don't use tomato paste. I don't use tomato sauce. I use tomatoes to make my sauce. As I stir it up and do the thing, so the tomatoes become my sauce, diced, petite diced. So, and stir fry them fish really good, them shrimps, and get them in there. But anyway, I've been like, I've been smelling it. When I opened up the freezer the other day to get some ice cream out, I was like, man, I got to make some sketty. I got to make me some sauce. I got mud bugs, and now I got shrimps, and now I got this other, it's time to make me some, I know how to make a sauce now. Now there are people like, well, I don't know, I don't like shrimp like that or whatever. Okay, but um, it's tomatoey in that I used the diced tomatoes, but it's not real saucy as far as that goes. Because I've had some tomato, some spaghetti sauces that were just nothing but this thick tomato sauce. I'm like, yeah, but to be able to have the tomatoes with a light sauce that is made from the tomatoes, and and from the juices of the whatever, so but anyway, it's good. And soft fabrics, what? I'm hungry, losing 10 pounds again. Is that a good thing that you're losing 10 pounds, Michelle? But anyway, so I should have a cooking show one night. Just go in there and take the computer over there and just stand at the at the stove and show how I put things together. Onion, yeah, I've got a lot of. I'm not Cajun, but I've hung around a bunch of Cajuns, and I used to do Cajun. One of my puppet characters was Cajun, and I worked with a Cajun fellow, and we were all the time talking. Hey, Boudreaux, what you talking about? Huh? So anyway, yeah, we learned a bunch of. Yeah, I might have to just do a cooking show one night just to. And I use like real butter. I don't, I use olive oil to pre-fry, cook whatever, as I'm mixing in. See, what I do with my seafood is I will cook it first, and as the Cajuns would say, you cook it in a roux. You make yourself a roux. Well, now my roux is that I add maybe a little bit of a little Cajun, stuff, maybe a little hot sauce, some Worcestershire, and put it in there with some real butter, a half a stick of butter, and slowly cook these shrimps and them scallops until they start turning colors, And as you're doing that, you throw in your onion, you throw in your mushrooms. You'd be chopping up your peppers and tossing them in there at the same time and stirring all that good stuff up. And as all that's mingling and getting all them good smells and juices in there, then you throw in them and slowly put in them diced tomatoes and stir him up some good, Oh, Lord have mercy. But anyway, I know, Teresa, here I am. I'm still talking about it, but, not to make you hungry. But there are some dishes where I've seen people cook for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and them not taste any better than something I could whip up in 45 minutes, 30, 45 minutes, Now, I got to say this, but it's because how I treat the things I put together. But any sauce that I make always tastes better the next day, So I will get full off of one, batch of stuff, but there will always be some left over because man, there ain't nothing like, a good tomato sauce the day after, I'm sorry. Yeah, I had a discussion about oils, what, a video or two ago. And um, the canola oil was the one I was trying to discuss, and it came up later on. But they put rapeseed oil and cottonseed oil and these other different kinds of things and added it to canola. Canola used to be a good oil. It ain't no more. Be very careful with canola. I'm serious. You'd be better off with corn oil, pure corn oil, than you would be with canola because of the different types of seeds, and the fact that they're using cottonseed in these oils now, when it used to be against the law to use any cotton seeds in any kind of human thing, and all of a sudden it's included. I'm just saying. So um, but and for me, olive oil has always been the most consistent. And I use, I guess, a pint of olive oil a month at least for myself, a little in the eggs, a little in here, a little with that. If I'm making a stew, if I'm using the shrimps and stuff, there's a drizzle of olive oil in the bottom of my, my cast iron skillet that is perfectly black, let me tell you. It goes nowhere near the sink, you know. And I know that there are people to this day that will take their skillet over to the sink, and I go, shame on you, Uh, don't even rinse it out. Use a paper towel, and wipe out your skillet. If anything sticks to it, shame on you. You don't know how to cook. But if it does stick, put some water in the skillet, turn it on low and let the water come to a boil and scrape it out inside the pan. Wipe it out and then immediately put some oil while the pan's still hot and swirl it around and rub that oil right back in that pan. Do not stick your I'm sorry. I went off on a tangent. Yeah, but listen, there's nothing wrong with eating good food. It's overeating and eating too much of the wrong stuff, because people are like, what are you talking about? And say, look, whether you like shrimp or not, or whether you do the seafood thing, but to the point though, whether or not you would do crawdads. But for me, it's like, somebody bring me a bag of crawdads, I'm going to eat them. I'm sorry, I'm gonna eat them. They're already dead and they're frozen. So the next thing is I'm gonna eat them. you know. Um, but there are other things that we can do that are simple, that are really very good. And like a can of bits and pieces mushrooms cost $1. A can of petite mushrooms, I mean tomatoes in a can cost $1. Or less than that, depending on the store, right? Um, let's see, bell pepper. I buy a big bell pepper, can cut it at 3 different times, and cut a part of it up for one meal, and put the rest, back in the refrigerator in a plastic bag, and use it again in a meal or so later. But anyway, so, and then onion, I've always got onion going around. I've always got garlic around. So, those go in. And how hard is it for olive oil? And those are the basis for a lot of good meals. You know, you can add a little of this, you can go more Italian, you can go Cajun, and it doesn't matter. But you start out with those basic things, whether you use meat or seafood or just tomatoes or something else to go along with, or throw some veggies in there. Um, so there was a mixed vegetable, like a stir fry in a bag. They're like $1.50 or something, maybe $2 now. Um, and one of those packages in with some mushrooms and whatever and a little bit 20 minutes, you know, boy, by the time your rice is done and you stir fry that, you know, that and a little bit of stuff, you got a really good meal that'll feed 2 or 3 people, you know. So anyway, and you won't get fat on it. You know what I'm saying? You'll be healthy. Um, eat right. If my 10 cents on this, I've watched my brother, my many different friends that are overweight have been for years. They all drink diet drinks. If I was going to drink a soda, it was going to be in a can and it was going to be regular. Okay. My whole point was that they're sitting there, well, it's a diet drink, diet drink, diet drink. And at the end of the day, they've drank 6 or 7 of these cans of soda. Now I'm bad. This is my 3rd can of soda today. Um, in 24 hours, but I didn't make coffee. You know, I got on here with y'all and didn't make coffee. So, and I had milk and the rest of the coffee earlier, but I didn't make a fresh pot. But anyway, but the idea though that I think diet drinks are the reason people can't lose weight. I mean, you know, and I can't stand the taste of them. I know many people that were overweight that used to use saccharin back in the day, and then there was this one and that one. Now, unless you're diabetic and the sugar is going to just honest to God going to kill you, then use sugar, but use it sparingly. Use butter, but use it sparingly. You know, but if you're still using margarine and that hydrogenated oil, oh, please stop. Please, Jesus, go back to real butter. You know, it's, oh, yeah, but if you only knew how you seen that shit get made, you would not want to eat it. I'm telling you. And if you saw how chickens are grown around here, you would stop eating chickens. I can't remember the last time I had a. Well, actually, I can. Somebody had a chicken meal and uh, they had a piece left over, and I ate it. And I was like, it tasted good, but I was like, I'd had enough. But when you know, when you see how they raise them, I'm sticking with a cow. You know, once in a while some pig, but you know, now I rarely do turkey. And here's the thing: I used to only eat turkey and chicken instead of red meats. I was like, well, I'll do chicken. I'll eat a bird instead of a cow. You know, for my quote vegetarianism, right? And then when I saw how the chickens were treated, I was like, going back to the cow. I'm sorry. No offense to the cow, but I'm going back to the cow. Good night, Teresa. I'm hanging out here for another 10 minutes or so. Yeah, only eat real butter. Do yourself a favor. You know, I know that some of that margarine and stuff is pretty tasty, but for God's sakes, if you really knew how it was made, hydrogenated oil. Think about it. What's hydrogen? That means they add water to oil, and they put a bunch of air into it and then train it and turn it into that goop. Okay. Um, Unlikely substances that go through a process and they end up pouring it into a tub and saying, you know, I think it's not butter. Good night, Teresa. But anyway, sleep well, stay well. Hope everything is good in your world as well as possible for all of y'all. But I'm not going to stay on here all night tonight. Tomorrow's Saturday, and I know the Memorial Day weekend's coming up, but I did want to get on here and discuss this about the whatever it is that this extra feeling that's coming in my way. But it's a good feeling. There's nothing wrong with it, but it is the same words repeated over and over, you know, in gratitude, in gratitude, in gratitude to y'all, to the universe, to the spirits, you know, in gratitude for the moon being out there tonight, you know, in gratitude. The Hudrites, Now, if you grow your own chickens and eat them, that's different. But I'm telling you, if y'all see how they grow these chickens around here, you just would not have them. And if you saw how they made chicken nuggets, they shred the chicken and put it in a and turn it into a paste, okay? And then they push it through a strainer to get all the little pieces in the right way. And anyway, so yeah, I got 6 minutes. Wait, yeah, 6 minutes. So I'm a little early on this. At Sis Wheatonman, yes, thank you for showing up. Thank you for being here and hanging out with us. Ed, always, always, always. Yeah, I'm going to keep this to 2 hours tomorrow. Okay, Teresa. But so this is a good day. Yeah, today was a good day. Yeah, I didn't spend as much time outside as I really wanted to, but tomorrow we're supposed to get spotted rain showers coming in, which we could really use a bit of rain, and then temperature is going to drop by about 10 degrees ish. So it's on instead of being, I think it was about 93 here today, but the humidity wasn't too bad and there was a breeze. So, for the beginning of summer, not too bad. It very tolerable, no real stress. But if you would have stayed outside and not stay hydrated, you would have, it would have been a tough day. But in general, it's like we can go out and run around here a little bit without being too stressed. Whereas there are other days when the humidity is so high, you walk out the door and go, nope, I'm going back in. Um, but so, in the grand scheme of things in the universe, like I explained 2 hours ago, and still trying to explain and understand, when you do things with just for whatever reason, the goodness of your heart, without it, it keeps coming to me that it's without expectations. Now, I know that things, sometimes people are out money and time and this and that. Well, I'm not out any of that. Well, I am out the time that I spend, but it's also fun hanging out with you. But in this grand scheme of the whole thing, though, I'm learning as my shaman in training to do these things, to give them out without any regard for it to come back. So when something comes in and sneaks around from the side and pats you on the back, as it were, it's an unexpected, it's an unexpected gift. It's a wonderful gift. It's humbling. I can grant you that for as far as I'm concerned. But the idea, though, that without expectation, you give to the universe, and you always hear me say, accept and receive the gifts, the knowledge, the healing, and the blessings from the universe. And I'm always accepting and I'm always giving for now, I'm like stuck on this gratitude thing. I'm just so proud to be part of the universe and glad that, I'm able to do this. And so I don't know what the next step is in this or if there is another step, but it seems like I'm staying tuned in really well and that the information's good, I mean, yay, team, oh my God, we got thumbs up, you know what I mean? So it's like, so I am your humble, you know, host here, Hawkeye Two Feathers. And it's great that you all are exchanging ideas and feelings and thoughts and prayers and all of that. And here's one of the things that I'm especially proud of. And ladies, I want to give y'all a compliment. You men too, but more to you ladies. You come here and you haven't been catty, okay? And y'all know what I'm talking about. I ain't don't have to go and do explanations on that. But you act as sisters whether you know each other or not. Now, many of you know each other through other chat rooms and stuff, but to the point though, you're not being catty with one another and nails out and good for you. I mean that. I mean that. I mean that. I mean that. I've seen some other chats and things where I'm just hanging out in the background, seeing how people are reacting to each other. Whether having nothing to do with the topic, for example, but how people are talking in the chat room. Not so much here, but uh, thank you, Susie. We thank you always. I know you do. You thank me all the time. And there are lots of times where I feel like I don't deserve it. Now, that's my fault. I have to accept and receive myself, you see. But it's unexpected. How this feeling has come back around, I just wasn't expecting it. I mean, I'm grateful. In gratitude, I'm grateful, but had no idea. Um, I think I've known it was there, but it manifested itself to me in a different way. The feeling was different. Now that I'm older and kind of more in tune to this lifestyle, and I've learned much, I've, from coming from David Null to Hawkeye Two Feathers, there's a lot of journeys in there, and you've heard many of them. Uh, yeah, no, and you ladies aren't like that. Not, at least not that I've seen. And if you have, you've kept it between yourselves. And of all the things that I've always said, as long as you all are respectful, you don't have to agree or like each other per se, but at least be honorable and respectful. And up to this point, there's very few times where anybody, myself or anybody else, has had to do any kind of corrections, and y'all have pretty much taken care of those kinds of things anyway. So, you're self-policing in that. But with all that said, though, love you, love you. It is time. Oh my God. Puff, puff, smoke, smoke. Yeah, 2 hours in. I know there are several of you that I've spoken with. Um, and Barry just reminded me today, I put a twist on something that we were talking about, and there was a long pause on his end of the phone, and I knew that he was thinking about it. So my job in all of this, as I look at it as they told me this is what I was going to be doing when I got older, and here I am. So, but it is that whether or not you agree with me, you will at least agree with me that there's another point of view, and that one could be wrong too. I'm just pointing them out. What I mean? So, but to the point, and I can't remember what it was that we were talking about, Barry, and it doesn't matter, but it was the fact that my job here, as it is to and there are times when I hadn't thought about things a certain way, and they'll channel me down and go, and now look at it this way, Dave, tell them about this one, Hawkeye. And I'll be hearing it for the first time from a different point of view myself. It's like the idea of trying to understand, things totally. And, the idea of using spaghetti as the way to try to get my point across. But everybody knows spaghetti, everybody knows different kinds. And, sometimes it's just spaghetti with some butter and garlic. Yeah, that's good too. Um, I'm making myself hungry, again. I just might go in there and cook them shrimp. Who knows? I'm crazy that way. But anyway, uh, can almost smell it cooking. Damn it, man. I hate being a decent cook, you know. Anyway, but the idea though that to if you want to experience something, you know, look at it, listen to it, taste it if you can, you know, smell of it if you can, and you know, get the whole essence of it. So it's like, you know, somebody was like, well, I went canoeing the other day, and they were like, they went down for about 30 minutes and turned around and come back. And they was like, oh, I love being on the canoe in the water. And they, you know, I got a couple of drops of water on my shorts, you know, and their feet are still dry. Now, wait, you go canoeing or kayaking with me, you're going to get wet at least up to your knees because you're going to get in and out. You're going to have to be in spaces. You know, your feet are going to be wet. There's going to be water in the bottom of your kayak. There will be. It might not be much, but there will be. You know, because it. But you know, so there are folks who like, well, I did this, and they're so clean and stuff when they come off the river, whatever it is they've done. Did they really experience it? You know, but when you get down dirty and wade out and jump in your kayak or whatever, you know, or you have to get out and pull your kayak or canoe over a log or something, and you get your feet wet and you have to get in up to your knees, and you got to do a little stretching and this and that, and you know, so and then there are those folks who get in, paddle a little bit, turn around and come back and get out at the dock, and they've had a good time, don't get me wrong, but they've not had the same paddling experience. It's nice and all that. They've had a good time and better than nothing, but have they tasted the water, you know? And did they have to, you know, get in? Did they get wet? Did they feel the water up to their waist or their knees at least, you know? Did they get in the water just for the fun of it because it was fun to get in the water, you know? I mean, or you know, but I don't want to get my shoes wet. We'll get in and out at the dock and, you know, hold still. I'll get you out, honey. And you step and you might have got your sneaker wet. It's not the same. So in life, there are times when it's okay to like take the cruise boat, you know, and to keep your shoes from getting wet. And then there are the times when you, in order to really gain the experience, you got to taste it, smell it, feel it. You got to get in the sand, not just look at it, you know, from the, you know, and sit, you know, you got to get in it, go sit down at the edge of the water of the beach and let the water come up on you and sit there in the water, you know, and let the water hit you and come up above you. That's how you do it, you know, to get the feel of the ocean, to get the feeling of the beach, to get the feeling of the sand, to get the smell of the salt water on your skin, to get the whole experience, to get it in your eyes when a wave catches you off guard and knocks you back, you know, you get a little water up your nose or whatever. It's that experience. But if you're going to sit up on the beach and just wade in the water, it ain't the same. Both experiences are at the beach. Both experiences are with the water in the ocean, or you know, with water. Uh, you know, but the person who barely gets their feet wet don't know what it is to dive into the surf or to just sit on the beach and let the waves, you know, run into them just for the hell of it. Well, I don't want to get wet. Well, I get, you know, and there are those folks. There's nothing wrong with walking along the beach and not getting wet. But are you understanding what the ocean's telling you? Are you really feeling the experience, is my point. So people get it from different points of view, but from the standpoint of being a shaman or if any truly religious person will have experienced death in so many ways, whether it be from alcohol or abuse or something not necessarily tragic, but something that they had to overcome, which made them stronger on the other side. And many of you have had issues. Some are still. I'm still working on my head bangs. I'm I don't want to get any older, so I'm just gonna. Well, I'll be 69, but damn, I've been trying to figure out ways. I'm gonna go be practicing lifting my canoe up and down in the kayak, so I don't, I stay strong enough so I can continue to do it. Um, how much more I do it, well, that depends on the height of the river. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm looking forward to getting stronger and at least not getting any weaker, at least maintaining what I got. You know what I mean? So I'd like to go down to the river tomorrow with, Duggar and at least go in and paddle because the river's really low. And before the water heats up and it turns stagnant, I want to go out on the water and paddle around. Because if with the continued if the heat continues without the rain, some of these backed up areas get a little stagnant uh, because of the heat, and it's also because of chicken droppings in the water, and at low water they will collect and pool in areas, and then when it gets real hot and it'll interact with the sun, it'll turn green and algae blooms, and it ain't the nice kind of algae. It's yucky. But anyway, but it's early enough that it's still in the spring here, to where now's the time before it gets any hotter, and unless we get rain, to go before it gets stanky. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think for me, it's like the experience of going to the movies. I haven't been to the movies in a while, but it's the experience of going to the movies and seeing the big screen and hearing the THX and the Dolby 6 point or 7 or whatever hell number they're on now, and the experience of being in the theater. And even though I can make my own popcorn, to buy some theater popcorn is like part of the deal. Um, It just is. It's the experience of it. Now there are people who download a movie on their tablet or their palm or their phone or whatever it is, right? And they watch it on that and they say, "Oh, I saw this movie. Yeah, I watched it on my iPhone or whatever." Okay. You saw the movie, but you didn't get the same experience. You know what I mean? If you can listen to classical music uh through a good set of headphones, or you can listen to classical music out your iPhone or your tablet, or maybe your house, you've got a stereo. But until you've been in front of an orchestra that plays, you've heard the music, you've listened to it, but there is that tangible, I was there listening to the orchestra feeling. It just is, there's a difference. So live theater, having been in live theater and done musicals and stuff like that, to be in at the performance, to be an audience member. And for me as a director and an actor, it's always to try to make the audience feel a part of the play. you know and as an actor, I always looked at, there are a lot of people who would say I broke the fourth wall, in that I looked at the people in the audience and I spoke to them and I emoted to them. And if there was a particular part of the audience over here and I had, I would speak to them about it. And then I would turn and look to someplace else. And I would literally connect my eyes with people in the audience, even with all the bright lights and stuff. So I would speak to the audience. And I think that's one of the things that made me so effective as an actor, but also in that, there was a small theater that we acted in, so it was hard not to see somebody, because they were literally, just a couple of feet in front of you, same level and the whole 9 yards. But anyway, So, but the idea though that the experience of the performance or of the spaghetti or of the, having Mrs. Stouffer's spaghetti versus a good homemade, sure enough, fresh stuff in a spaghetti sauce. They're they're both spaghetti. You know, walking on the beach or being in the ocean, two different experiences. Same thing with the kayak canoe thingy. You're both on the water. You both went to similar places, but your interaction with your surroundings was not the same. Now, does it mean that, if you're the kind of person that, you don't want to get your feet wet, it's okay. But I'm telling you that the person though that dives in the water or at least wades in and is not worried about getting their feet wet is having a different experience. That's all I'm saying. But the more richer the experience and the more senses and things and stuff, and then the greater the experience is to you and it will become to you. So, uh, and not to say that you should be careless, but if you get the opportunity to be more involved, take your shoes off and go put your feet in the water, instead of just standing on the bank. Take that extra little leap and go. Now, unless it's polluted or, but if it ain't but for just a minute, go the extra mile and take your shoes off and go get your feet in it, just because then you will have felt it, not just looked at it. You know what I mean? You will have added another sense and you will have connected wherever that point is to Mother Earth and to the nature and or the water. I'm thinking waters, rivers, oceans, but it's anywhere that you could go though. So to take, if you've got the opportunity to take that little extra bit of lesson, that extra bit of tangibility, you know, instead of just, keeping it clean and staying on the sidewalk. Not that you should, but if you can go sit in the grass at a place, and it's convenient, do so, instead of, well, I sat on the park bench or I sat on the steps. Yeah, but that's cool. But go sit on the grass, and feel the energy of wherever you're at. Lean up against a tree, and feel the nature of things. Let the trees speak to you of where you are visiting or whatever. If you're in a park or something, and if you can take your shoes off, even if it's just for a little bit, just to get the feel and the texture, you know, because it enlivens all our senses and makes our experiences so much more deeper. And so that if I need to recall upon a thought or something to bring it forth or bring it forward in a conversation or something, I can, when I'm telling you about being in the ocean and feeling the waves hitting you, I feel that, and I want to generate that to you in how and how I talk about it, how the water hits you and knocks you back and you rock back, depending on the size of the waves and with, I'm thinking Gulf of Mexico Ocean, but having been on the Atlantic, it's similar, but not quite the same. The two oceans are definitely different. And I've been on the Pacific, and yeah, that's different too, but they're still oceans, you know what I mean? It's still water. Um, but I got to say, that Northern Pacific water was freaking cold there in Oregon. Wait, Crescent City, California. So it was just over the border from Oregon. But yeah, went out on the pier. There was a pier there on the Pacific, and they had a restaurant on it. And we were there about lunchtime, and we went in and ate with all the locals. It was great. Uh, and it was a good meal at an affordable price. I mean, it was great. It was really nice, and we were out on the Pacific, you know, so that was really cool. I think I'm pretty sure it was Crescent City, California. But anyway, so having said that, and having been to other places, but the thing is that while I was there, even though the water was cold and we couldn't stay, I took my shoes off, and I took my socks off, and I waded in the Pacific Ocean, and I realized why nobody was swimming in the middle of July. You know, it was cold up there. It was like July the 6th or 5th or something, and nobody was swimming. And when I put my feet in the water, I was like, holy Jesus. you know this water is freaking cold. No wonder everybody just sitting on the beach. But I was like, wow, it's a pretty day. It was a little breezy, but the waves weren't bad, and could wade out a little bit, and I got it just up above my ankles, good about mid calf, and I was like, that's enough of the Pacific Ocean for me. But I was in it, and I took the time, even though it was only 5 minutes, to be able to say, I remember what it felt like, not just looked like. I remember what it felt like to have my feet on that sand, on that ocean, on that side of the country, where most of the time I've been on the beaches in Florida. You know, I've been to the Atlantic a few times, but only that one time to the Pacific. So, to be able to say that I have had my feet into three different oceans, come on, that's a personal best, but it was because of the experience of it. My brother was like, "You gonna take your shoes off?" I was like, "Hell yeah!" I didn't come all this way to not put my feet in the water, And he was like, "Well, okay, but the idea though that it's the experience. So how much further do you want to go? Do you want to go and put your feet in the water or just look at it? It's okay either way. But I'm here to tell you, I'm so glad I took my shoes off and waded in the water up there, because I might not ever get another chance to go out to the Pacific. And so for that one time, and I was hoping I was going to go back, but it's been almost 22 years, and you know, um, and but the idea though that when I was there, I at least took my shoes off. You know what I mean? And sat there, and we camped on a cliff and on a state park there in California, right on the Pacific, and saw the deer and watched the ocean. And I'll never forget that, and the feeling and the smell and the textures, you know. And so, as much as I would love to go back to that place, all I have to do, I don't even have to close my eyes, because it was such a strong feeling. So you want to have spiritual feelings and things and stuff, find something that will really impress you, you know, and it'll be the simplest of things, but take it just a little bit further and become involved in what you're doing. It's like if I'm going to Tennessee, they've got whitewater rafting up there where my niece lives up there, just down the road from where she lives, kind of thing. 25, 30 miles, kind of sort of down the road, but it's still down the road. Like, it's a long way from here. It's just down the road for them. But the idea though that would I go and sit beside the river and watch it, or would I take a 4-hour boat tour for $70 or whatever it is, and jump in a raft and go? And my thought is, in whatever shape I'm in, I've been in rafts like that. I've been on whitewater like that. I might not make it another time back up to the mountains to do that. So would I possibly jump in a raft with a bunch of other people and go whitewater rafting? It's highly likely. I mean, because like I've already done it. I've not on this particular river, but I've done it on the Oconee and a couple of other rivers. The Nantahala I've been on several times, and and on the rivers around here as much as possible. And in certain places, there are little rapids and kind of interesting places to get along and get around. It's not always just perfect smooth sailing. You got to go between logs and trees, and cypress knees, for example, that grow all the way across the river, and they're sticking up like fingers in the river. And when the river gets down, you got to pick a spot to go between them. And if the water's really rushing, that little section of where you have to go through is really hauling ass. You try to come back through it, and it's like it's really hauling ass. So you don't expect certain things like that, but um, the idea though that you got to experience it. So if I'm going to go and be up there, depending on weather and how I'm actually feeling, because it's like coming up in 3 weeks. So if I'm up there and there's an opening and I got the opportunity, I might just, take a few pictures while I'm getting tossed around in a whitewater raft, because the experience, it's all about that, and the water and the exhilaration and the joy. And if nobody else has ever been in a raft and it's their first time, then it's the joy of watching somebody else have fun. There's that too. It's the sharing of the joy of the adventure. So if you can share an adventure, and if you can share the joy with your adventure, even if it's a spiritual one, and y'all can have fun and sing songs and maybe make s'mores. Uh, you know, I caught lemon shark and cooked them first time I ate shark. Yeah, I haven't had lemon shark. Yeah, I know, Barry. My friend that passed away, it's a year ago now. He had opened, had purchased this place down on the edge of the. I mean, his house and the dock was right on the swamp. Okay, so where the swamp is in my backyard, it ain't the same as where he's at down there. He was at sea level kind of thing. His backyard was affected by the tides, so large bass, all kind of stuff in through there, and lots of they call that swamp down there Tate's Hell. And the story is that a guy went in the swamp at the upper end, uh, the north end of the swamp, and looking for his coon dog, his hound dog, and got lost in the swamp. And for 3 days or so, he was lost. And when he came out, his hair had turned perfectly white. And he goes, "Where have you been?" And he said, "I just been to hell." And his name was Tate. Last name was Tate. So they named that whole swamp area down there. It's called Tate's Hell. And if you don't know what you're doing, there are moccasins, there are gators and stuff, but it ain't that bad if you know what you're doing. But anyway, my friend, for folks who one of his good friends was awarded the Silver Star for bravery, and 2 Purple Hearts, I think, from Vietnam as a medic, and was shot up several times. And, the fact that he's still around is amazing. They call him Doc. And, but Doc and Serge and them, they bought canoes and kayaks with electric motors and stuff on them for someone who didn't have the ability to paddle, but could still have the experience of going into the swamp. So they could still get a sort of a tactile kind of thing. Yeah, I want to get out of here too. It's like going on 4 o'clock. So, and I said I was going to quit this last time, and I'm still yakking after 30 minutes. But anyway, Chloe, Michelle, Susie Q, all y'all, um, I've made myself hungry and haven't had much dinner, by the way. So I'll probably go in and at least fix me a sandwich or something. But um, may each and every one of you just continue to be grateful. You know, one of the cards pulled the other night, it might have been Buffalo, that you just say thank you for what you do have. And, you know, if you're still alive and everything is as hunky dory as it can get, then be grateful for what you have because it could be less, you know. And, well, I wish I had this. Okay, that's okay. But be grateful for what you already have. Because, you know, I've lived in a cardboard box. I've lived, you know, frozen to death on the side of the road, and, you know, been there, done that. And it's like my house, the fans are on. I got my electric bill. Guess how much? For last month, the whole month, $28 for electricity. $28, you know. And I have hot water when I need it. I got lights when I need it. But $28. Now this month will be a little higher because I'm running two extra fans, but it will probably still be like $40, 40. We'll see. But I don't run an air conditioner. But I do have fans running to keep the air circulating in the house. But you know, for people to say, "Oh, my electric bill this and my electric bill that," and I love you all, but I want to say shame on you, because if you haven't figured out how to save electricity, um, there's a light on in the kitchen that stays on all night long. I got a little night light back here. I haven't replaced it in 2 years. Okay. It just burns back there that gives me lights. This light here, I replace it about once every 9 months to a year. And this is only a 20, no, it might be a 40 watt. I keep all my wattage down. And so if I need extra light, I use extra bulbs, but only when necessary. So there are people that use way too much light. They just, you know, well, I like the house bright. I like this, that, and the other thing. Okay, fine. I love you, but please don't bitch to me when your light bill is as high as it is. When I know that I can see everything I need to see with the TV and all this other stuff. I don't have a washer and dryer, but I hang my stuff out on the line. Um, but I got any kind of energy or power. Now, if I were to you know, have used a saw or something, or if I had a cement mixer, or some equipment, some shop equipment, it would push my electric bill up if I was using something. But for everyday getting along, everyday use, I was expecting like $30, and I was like, damn. Last month was only 26 or $7, and I matched it this month with it being about the same. So for less than $30. And I know people that are spending their electric bill is $230 a month. And I go, man, I saved $200, I have everything that's necessary. Now I know if somebody else was here living with me or whatever, but for these people who have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of electric bills, I have to say shame on y'all, because it's so easy to turn shit off or to don't turn it on, and to watch what you do and be careful with what you do, and still have everything you need. There's a house down the road. They have got, and these aren't solar lights, okay? These are wired in because at 7 o'clock in the morning, these lights are still as bright as they were when they came on at night. But they've got the whole perimeter of this 3 or 4 acres and this huge 2.5 story house with big gables and everything, and an attic. And they have this thing lit up. You can see it for a mile away, because they're so paranoid for some reason. We don't have any crime out here that I know of. But anyway, um, but the idea though that I would hate to see what their electric bill is, simply because of all the lights outside and the this and the that and the all. I'm like, the place is lit up like a, holy mackerel. But anyway, but they're, well, our electric bill is $300 or $400 a month. Well, dumbass, turn off some of them lights. You only need about a third of them, if that. But dumbass, quit being such an idiot. Put them on a timer. They have things like motion detectors if you're worried about somebody coming to your house, but you're just lighting it up so that as a thief, next thief, sneak up to the house and go, well, there's a shady spot and there's a shady spot. Everybody's asleep. There's no motion detectors. They ain't got no dog. Everything's lit up. I can just walk right through here and nobody know I was there. We used to sneak around and do things as kids, and I was really too good at it. Um, I should have got caught for stealing a couple of times. Been back in my early teens. I was really good at it. I could just assess a situation, and I'm sorry for those things. It was nothing big, but it was enough. I look back on it and go, it's stealing. We stole a canoe one time in the middle of the night and stuck it in the front seat of my 62 Austin Healey with a canoe sticking straight out the top of the thing, and drove around with the muffler gone. So it wasn't like you couldn't see or hear us. And we got away with it. Oh my God. But anyway, we had watched this canoe. That canoe hadn't been moved for years, and the guy wouldn't sell it. And one night we were drunk, stoned, high, and I have no idea what else we were on. And the guys were like, "Come on, let's go get that canoe. We've been going down to the river, and we needed another canoe, and we were like, let's just go get that canoe. It should have swiped it and then sent him $100 in the mail or something, or left it in his mailbox or something. But um, I don't know where that canoe actually ended up. But the idea, though, that just because they weren't using it didn't give us the right, you know, uh, to pilfer it and take it. Although we used the crap out of it, we was really happy, but it still was wrong. But now I got a yard full of flotation devices, uh, and I can't get anybody to go with me. I can't say that because last Saturday my friend came over at the drop of it and said, "Come on, let's go," and we went down the river. So I shouldn't say that. Let me say that. Let me put it that way. So, but maybe Duggar and I will still get down to the river before it gets to. Oh, good. Your father canoes all the time. Where at? Just what part of the country, Chloe? Just because, just curious. But the guy that oh, in Texas. Okay, that's all. I was thinking Wisconsin, Minnesota, or some other place. But anyway, yeah, okay, Texas. All right. Yeah, I've heard there's some good fishing in some of them lakes in Texas too. I've been through Texas twice. Um, been to Arkansas a bunch of times. Been through Oklahoma. Went to Tucson, and no, not Tucson. I'm sorry, Tulsa. Living on Tulsa time. Living on Tulsa time. When I'm get myself back to it. Living on Tulsa time. I found it Tulsa a little boring, but I didn't, it was strangely religious. Okay. Anyway, you know that song? Yeah. I can't remember the words, but yeah, that was one of the songs I used to play all the time on the acoustic. Um, I'm still, planning on doing an acoustic session with some songs in my guitar one of these evenings. I literally fished everywhere you just named, right? There you go. And there's a few places you know, fishing doesn't interest me as much as just going and getting on the water. I mean, I would fish and probably throw them back, and that would be cool and all. But, where I used to really be interested in the fishing part of it, I'm now to the point where I'd take a pole and cast it a few times, but well, let me rephrase that. If I was on the Buffalo River, I'd be fishing. I'm just saying. I fished on the Buffalo, and the certain places I was at, I would love to go back and go fishing. Oh my God. And I might just keep some of them fish and eat them, but I would love to go fishing back up there just for catching them trout where they're not supposed to be. I love it. But anyway, we, me and my son camped up about halfway up the Buffalo, as far as the where it ends down there on the White River, and I think it's the White River. Anyway, but we were at least halfway up, and it's however long it is, and we're in a nice camp area, but took a lot of side trips, you know, um, up through the forest and down to other places that cross the river and stuff, and was able to go upriver in a few places and fish a couple of tributaries. And I'm fishing up there, and I'm just using a beetle spin. I mean, nothing fancy, just a beetle spin. And I'm casting and doing a little this and doing a little jig work, and nothing fancy. And it got me a Zebco 202 that I've been used for years, and no fancy fly rig or anything. Uh, and throwing it, casting it up there, and pulling that, that a yellow jig, and I caught these fish, right, and about yay long, maybe a foot, and I'm looking at the thing, and I'm going, dang, this ain't no bass or whatever. This is a freaking trout. Now here's the thing, yeah, 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 in the Ozarks, yeah. Uh, I would love to come out there and see you, Barry, and go up. One of my other wishes, I'm gonna go to Ohio with my sister this summer, and it looks like that'll work out however it works out. But my next other dream then would be to go back to the Buffalo, because that there's a part of me that just I think my spirit was in Arkansas at some point way back when. There's just too much I feel that I know about the place. And I have found places there where there's some folks like, what? Where'd you get that? In the Ozarks? Where? Well, we was up this trail and we went down this way, and it was back. You what? Yeah, I've found some interesting rocks and things and stuff. And for example, they're around the um, Buffalo. Is it the bluffs? Help me out, Barry. It's they're the high bluffs on the Buffalo, and there's a big campground there and everything. Buffalo Shoals or Buffalo. Anyway, um, but in that park on Panther Creek, and it's a mile and a half kind of walk, is a place called Indian Rock House, or is it Roundhouse? Anyway, You can it's in within the national park forest area. But if when you go there, if you can get there, I'm here to tell you it is one of the most sacred places I have ever been. And I've been there several times. And if I want to go back there so bad, if I have to crawl that mile and a half down and mile and a half back, I am going. I want to go back to that place. Maybe I should make that a goal. Um, but it's in my heart and in my soul, and I've got pictures somewhere. But it's a an overhanging that looks like a cave, and at one end up here, the cave roof and the ground are really close. And then as it falls away this way, the roof stays there, right? And it goes back, and then it goes down and drops down. And by the time it gets down here on this end, it literally drops off and down. It's not just a slope anymore. And coming out of the cave wall, as you're looking at it from the trail, down to your left hand side, coming out of the mountain. When the one time I was there, was this big chute of water coming out of there and flowing out of the mountain, going down to the bottom of this cave, and then disappearing underground again. Okay, the last time I was there wasn't as much water, and so the cave was there, and there was still water coming out of the side of the mountain and dripping by, and then heading off under the ground again. And so, but when I took pictures of it and we got home, and it looked odd, but there looks like there are stripes in the wall of the back wall of this cave, and there are stripes in the wall on this side, and in the middle it looks like there's a portal. It's all scratched up here, and it's all scratched up here, and there's this smooth spot right in the middle. And it looks like when you looked at it, like they were really, 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 really ancient pillars, like carved in it. There was this faintness of a shape of a doorway. And I've sat there, I've meditated there. I stayed late one night and we lit a candle there. You're not supposed to stay there past dark, but it's like, come on. I'm sorry. I'll walk back in the dark. You're not supposed to camp there, but maybe I can meditate till midnight. Who's going to come down and check on me? And what are they going to do except tell me to go if I'm just meditating and sitting there? But I'm here to tell you, and the natives in that area, uh, it's very sacred, going a long way back, and having been there several times and have felt its presence, and there is something mighty. I just got to say there's something mighty about that place. And if you're ever in Arkansas and ever along the Buffalo and can ever get there and take that walk, oh, please, sweet Jesus, do it. Please do it. Oh my God, please do it. And I'm sitting here thinking about, I remember parts of walking along, it's Panther Creek that runs there, and large boulders. And when I was there the last time, there was very little water, but you could see where the flow of water had made giant whirls and swirls on the rock, on the face of the rocks. And in some places, it looked too good to be natural. And if I was to go back there now, and depending on how much water flow there is on some of these rocks, I would look at those rocks quite differently if I were to go back, because I've been to Ohio and seen the petroglyphs and stuff like that. And to go back to Arkansas after seeing some of these other things, I think some of the things that I may have seen in Panther Creek and in that area may have very well been carved or something, not just by the swirling of the water. They were just too perfect, you know, because I looked at them and you're walking along and I really want to get there. And I didn't stop long enough along the way to look at the rocks in the creek itself. But anyway, if I ever go back, I swear. Yeah, the Ohio River. But anyway, well, I managed to be here another damn hour. Here's 3 hours coming up, and I'm still running my damn mouth talking about water. But anyway, some of those places. So I was fishing in the middle to upper areas of the Buffalo, and caught these fish and put them back in because I didn't really have any string or anything with me. I just wanted to see if I could catch anything. So when I'm downstream a couple days later, fishing for trout, this guy near me catches one. Oh, look, and I'm like, wow, well, they pull me over. I'm out in the middle of the river. They pull me over for my fishing license, And so I'm telling these guys what the fish looked like, and I said, and I told them where I caught these fish. It was more than one. And now this is Department of Natural Resources, DNR, for the state of Arkansas, telling me that I did not catch a trout 30 miles upriver. No, they don't exist up there. And I'm like, what? He goes, you must be mistaken. There's no trout up there. And I'm like, you got to be kidding. I said, I caught three of them. I got my fishing license, I threw them back. It was just, well, there's no trout up there. We know. We work for the government. And I'm standing out in the middle of this of the Buffalo River towards the White River at the bottom end of the river, right? And I'm like, so these guys are telling me I'm older than either one of not both together, but I'm older than both of them, and I'm like, I didn't want to argue with them because they had guns and stuff and were being really nasty. I'm like, are you sure there aren't any? And the guy cut me off and he goes, listen, you're from out of state. You don't know anything about our state. And I was like, dude, man, I've been here several times. I've studied the river. I've got maps. I've been, and maybe I know a little bit more than you do because I literally got in the river and waded up these tributaries. And I know a trout when I see one. I know it ain't a bass. I know it ain't a perch. I know it ain't it's got to be a trout. So, but anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm finding, I'm catching trout where there's none. So that's how special some of these places are to me. Yeah, not at the Rock House, but on the river. Is that what you're talking about? It's Indian Rock House. Is that right, Barry? It's not Indian Roundhouse. There's another place that's called Roundhouse, but it's Indian Rock House. Yeah, really clear streams. I mean, see your feet all the way to the bottom, and you'd be like chest high in the water. Really clear streams, unbelievably clear streams. Um, I've been on some really interesting rivers. Now, there are some clear streams and rivers down here that North Florida Panhandle, South Alabama, not so much South Georgia so much, but if you go west of me into the Panhandle, there are a lot of spring fed rivers coming out of North Florida, going down to the ocean. And I mean, these suckers are clear, clear, you know and it'd be nice for me and Duggar to go explore a couple of these this in Merriam County, Arkansas. Yep. Indian Rock House. Yep. Oh, water skiing's fun. But I'll tell you what, water skiing's fun and all that. But I think for the thrill and the exhilaration, being on a jet ski, me and my brother, it was $75 an hour for one, and I rented one for me and my brother. And that was back when there was a marina out there, out of Las Vegas, there at Hoover Dam. And we went out of the marina. You can still see the remnants of it on Google Earth. But we went out from the marina and all the way out to where those two big towers are, up above the dam. And now there's 20 foot. They're 20 feet down, right now with water. I can't remember. Is it Lake Powell? But anyway, so and I mean we were on ski jets and just having the time of our lives. And I have water skied before, and it's fun and exhilarating and nothing wrong with it. But as far as really getting a kick ass, oh my God, kind of time, hanging on to a jet ski, I gotta say, there's a lot to that. Hey, ST. And maybe that's what I do when I'm up in Ohio, there on Indian Lake. Maybe I just go ahead, if they've got jet skis, I rent a jet ski and just go play around because that's a lot of fun. And if I was going to do something on a vacation, to do something like my brother and I did when we were on, I think it's Lake Powell, but anyway, the Hoover Dam Lake. I mean, we were right up, we were they have a chain that I think it's still there that says don't go beyond this point. And it wasn't too far before those great big towers that the water goes down into the generators. And so we were literally, diving off our jet skis and hanging on the chain that goes across there, just up, just up from the top of the dam. And now there's all that white all the way around it. There was none of that when we were there. It was full. So I had the opportunity to jet ski on Lake Powell all around the top of Hoover Dam at where the water was its highest point. And it looks like it's going to be a while for it. I think fills back up. So, but anyway, we got 4 more minutes and I am going to get off this time because I got to go to the toilet and I'm out of drink, all of the above. SD, sorry, you got here as it's, almost 4:20 in the morning here. So, but sorry, I got on late, but I'm not going to be on too much. You can replay pretty please and listen to my crazy ass. It's been a good day and a good afternoon, and gratitude to you and to yours, and grateful to the universe, and just trying to pass it along. Basically, that's it. Although I spent 2.5 hours talking about that shit. Of course, I've gone through recipes. We've cooked shrimp and crawdads and made spaghetti sauces, and you know that's in there somewhere. Not that I have anybody to share it with. I'm sure that if I cooked spaghetti something, Duggar and the cats would love to join in. But I haven't really treated myself to a seafood delight. So now that I have talked about it tonight several times, I think, the later on today is going to be the perfect day for me to make my seafood shrimp surprise thingy with with sauce and pasta. Yeah, it sounds like a really good way to have the day. I want to do something if y'all will allow me. In gratitude. Hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, hey, wah, hey, hi, ho. Walk away, away, ah, ha. Walk away, oh, ah. Walk away, ah, ha. Hey, ah, hey, ah, ah. Hey, ah, hey, ah, ah. Wah, hey, 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 wah, ah. Hey, 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 wah, hey, 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 wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah. I can't find my beater. It was right here. Anyway, my friend showed me how to cook the shark. Yeah, 420. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do more drum because I wish you can. That's how you found me, was through Dante, eh? Thank you, enlightened one. And by the way, enlightened one, there are a lot of the things that I have learned have been um, verified in some way through one of Dante's videos or one of his talks. He had conversation. It was on his other channel, but where he was just talking about stuff, and it was, he verified so many things that I've talked about. I was just like, holy crap. Now, you found me because they reprinted one of my videos on his, and I will still say this: I feel like I'm connected in some way, but I don't have any direct contact that I'm aware of. So, somebody's asked me, what's Dante up to? They're, there's a war going on. They're busy, they're busy, not getting shot at, not getting killed, and making sure that the bad guys are, taken care of. And still trying to help other people out, So, uh, I feel grateful. I feel blessed in so many ways that they reprinted my video about that, and that there was a response. But my discussions about Mother Mary and how I was affected as a child and things like that seem to have been confirmed in a lot of different ways, that I know what I've experienced to be true, but that my experiences seem to be connected, honestly, with the Mary or the goddess, however you want to look at that. I don't know if Mary was the goddess, but it to Mary. So to have them confirm it, if you will, is, yeah, that was a gift. Oh, the drummer, anyway, but to the idea though that my connection this time through in this reincarnation was for me to right a wrong that I did about Native peoples, and I had to come through this life and live in the swamp and be the hermit and to learn to be the shaman. Not that I'm any special person. I'm just a person that's trying to learn how to get along with everything, you know? And I mean everything. Other beings, other entities, other dimensions. I just want to get along with everything and figure out. I know that there are some folk out there, beings and etc., like the Vlash and the Mater, that they just ain't gonna, they're just not gonna, they just ain't gonna have it. Whatever we do to be kind or whatever, it just is not going to be acceptable by them because it's just not in their language, it's not in their nature. you know a rattlesnake is always a rattlesnake, period. That's the answer. Not to be, it's not good, it's not bad, but a rattlesnake is always a rattlesnake. And you might go and pet a shark on the nose, but he's still a freaking shark, you know. And just because you might have petted one on the nose and got away with it, don't mean that one of these days he ain't gonna think of you as a meal. Just saying. But and people are so surprised when something happens like that, and it's like, well, duh, duh, dumbass. I know that's one of my favorite little say, dumbass. But recently, there are things that, like the folks from the cause and the Charistus, looking at the skies and clouds and things and stuff. Um, there's most definitely stuff going on in the skies. And I need to get back with Free Flow about something, but I need to read up on it before I can give her an answer. Uh, are you talking about me, Chloe, to accept your special? I do, but I have to do it with a lot of humility and because that's part of my journey. It's not. I've reached the point where I've stopped questioning why this is happening or whatever, and more of like how it's developing. I've accepted, that I'm supposed to be having these conversations, and yes, I've had these visions and these things and so forth. Okie doke. But even through Dante and everything, it's like, what is the most important thing to do? And it's like to be spiritual with yourself, to be a good person. He did a video not too long ago of where, once every so often, like once or twice a month or three, whatever, he goes and has scraps and stuff and goes around. And because of all the issues going on, he goes around and feeds all the homeless dogs in the cities and some of the neighborhoods. So he literally goes around, and dogs that hang in a neighborhood, he'll take scraps or whatever and go around and feed them. And it's like, so he's supposed to be, you know, Azazel. He's, one of the brothers. He's one of the and he's riding around town feeding stray dogs because it's that important. Those small things are are what are important. It's not whether or not you're out there literally saving the world or something, but saving the world means saving the critters on it and giving the four-leggeds, um, honor. And, so that's honor to the universe, not to a particular group or to a church. He's given honor to the universe through his feeding of the four-leggeds. And I was like, in a lot of ways, he's a Native American because he sees the need in these other areas. And he just so happened he was out, videotaping this dog when he was like, I do this. I go out and feed starving dogs in the neighborhoods. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. I get it. So no matter what you're doing, no matter who you are, no matter what God or goddess you believe in or don't believe in, but if you're compassionate and if your spirit and so forth is in the right place, then you will see the need to feed the homeless kitties and cats and things. And there are people too, don't forget them, but you know, there are circumstances on all levels. And the war against um, the critters, all of us critters on this planet. In the beginning, I found Dante, it was all about find the others. I did not understand nothing. Um, it has taken me a while to re understand certain things. But here's what I do know: the things that I knew about the church, there were things that I could personally verify through my discussions. And he like would point certain things out in certain videos, and I go, well, there's one. Yep, he's right about that. He's right about that. He's right about that. He's right about that. He's son of a bitch. He's right about that. And so, and then it got to the point where he was like, I'm not going to do these videos anymore because nobody cares. And I had to do the video, and I was like, listen, there are a lot of us out here. And the basis of it is, and once in a while, I will do a 72 plus video. And it's because for those of us who may not qualify to be 72, there are a lot of us committed to the angels and the cause. And to his message to me has been simple. And by reprinting it, it just solidified it in that we all have a stake in this game, and how we get along with each other, how we put out the energy that we do. What side are we working for? And we are looking for not necessarily just enlightenment, but by working with others, it brings enlightenment. So I could sit here and stare at the stars, but by talking with you folks all over the planet and with all your different uh, with each of your own different knowledge and what you're learning and so forth and sharing, there are a lot of us out here that would like to, that we are already serving the cause. Now, if it's serving Mother Earth, I'm for it. Is that Gaia? Okay. Is that the goddess? Okay. Well, I'm not so much worried about the words as to the feeling. So the mother of things in the universe, that motherly energy versus the man energy and the protector and the thingy, and the differences. But the mother of the universe, whoever you want to call it, her, the mother of this planet, the energy of this planet is motherly, not warlike. Okay. Although she can, I've been in storms and things, and there have been tantrums upon her, but that's just the way it is. Um, that's what you get when you live on top of a planet, period. But anyway, the idea, though, that a lot of people that I know are working for the basic understanding of be a good heart, be a good person, as good as you can. Learn as much as you can along the way without, frying your brain, but just trying to be a decent person. Feed the homeless cat, give something over here if you can, And but pay attention. Just don't. It's the awareness of things. So the older I get, I've always been aware, but the awareness increases as I get older. I just notice some things, and I'm like, I've been this way a dozen times and never noticed that. And now I see it. Like, why didn't I see that before? Was I just not aware before, or am I more aware now? I'm just, from my own perspective, wonder what's going on here. So I know that it can increase. I know it does increase. And if you don't force it and you allow your awareness to increase, and now I'm thinking when I'm walking through the woods, and like when I found this feather, enlightened one, uh, this feather, and some would say that this is an angel feather that I found on the river the other day. Right. Agreed, enlightened one. And I had written Dante before an email, and I found it and saw this, and I was like, it seemed like my video uh, to him about him, please don't give up on us, was to give him courage that there were many of us who may not qualify to be on the A team are still rooting in the stands. I got my leg broken playing football, and I couldn't play, so I became the manager. But when the team, was took a timeout, I ran out there, crutches and all, with a water bucket and whatever was needed. I was the manager for the football team, and was proud I could still be a part of the football team. Even though I couldn't play. And I found out later on I was highly respected for that. I'm on crutches. I broke my leg. I had an operation. Was in a cast for a year, and I still stood by my teammates, although I couldn't play. So and took care of them best I could too. But when you're working for the same group, it doesn't matter if you're the quarterback or if you're the manager of the football team, because the manager makes sure you get your towels, and the manager makes sure you got water and tape, and that if you need something and your shoulder straps come loose or something, he's the guy that fixes you right back up, and so you can go back out on the field and be the quarterback, that takes care of your equipment when you take it off after the game, and and does those maintenance things that helps you be the quarterback. So the unsung hero. But without the managers and the water boys and the other people behind the scenes, so to speak, it would be a lot harder on the football players. I'm using that metaphor because that's what I grew up with. So I have this understanding, but at the same time, you understand that just because you're sitting on the bench don't mean that you're not part of the team. So this idea of Dante and the 72 and everything, each one of us, if we believe in these core values that I continue to talk about and discuss, if we believe in these core values, and we're still working in the positive despite, we're still looking for the truth and looking for the right answers and so forth, if we're still true in our hearts in that, then we are, in that essence, working for the cause. Whether there are angels flying around my head or I see spaceships, although I have, and I've heard voices and went outside and seen spaceships blow up over the sky. I got some kind of connection. I I don't know. I have never asked for, there are people who's like, well, I spoke to, King Plachaka of the Pleiadians, and I spoke to this person, and I spoke to Queen Umpty Scrunch. There are no names in this. I just know that this one's, when I feel this one's presence, is like You know, he's one of the dudes. He's not one of the privates or corporals or sergeants. He's one of the dudes. That's all I need to know. There's an energy and an essence and a confidence that you just go, whoa, okay. Don't need to know your name. I salute. But I know that it's a good entity because I've been around negative energies and I've been chased by negative energies. I've had people literally, perform spells and wish bad luck upon me, really bad luck upon me. And knock on wood, I'm still here. Had an ex-wife, well, she was my wife at the time, tried to poison me, and I was progressively getting sicker. And I quit eating her food, and 4 days later, I was better and haven't been sick like that since. So, I've been through some really strange things, but above it all, I've never lost I believe in Jesus. I believe in the Christ consciousness. I believe the Hindu part of it. I believe the Native American part of it, where all of our souls and how we're connected to the earth. And I think it's all important. And through the ages, whether you watch Dante or not, but if you just look at different points in life going, 6,000 years ago, there's a lot of evidence that this consciousness, these good people have been upon this earth. Now, as to what's to come, for Dante, it was 20 to 2023. And the next couple, this year, the rest of this year, next year, are supposed to be like turning points. And in a lot of ways, in one of the videos he did today, it was like, pay attention to the prophecies, because these people who wrote the prophecies want them to come true. Okay. These folks that started the stories of the Bible, and whether some of these things and, revelations and all this has got to come together and all that. Well, the 12 tribes of Israel are coming back together. They found them, and there are certain things that have to happen before the next apocalypse or whatever. So the whole deal is we'll see how this pans out. But there are entities that want the Bible to be fulfilled. They want it to happen. And so it's up to us to how much of this do we want to accept as the end, View source directives on Telegram as a Sananda Galactic incarnation. Okay. I don't do Telegram. I barely do YouTube. I try to stay off this thing as much as possible. But thank you. So here's my thing. There are a lot of people that I have met. Now, this idea that any one person is Jesus or whatever, I'm not interested in what they would have been or who is that, because my defenses would go up right away. I would rather there be an angel that comes and says, I am a representative of Jesus. I'm from his bloodline. And these are some of the facts. Now, I say that in that I think it would mean more, as much as actually somebody trying to convince me that they're Jesus. Because been a lot of folks over the years made that claim. And I would rather somebody like Dante or someone else that said, look, I'm just an angel. I'm here. I'm sent by the Christus. I'm sent by the cause. And Jesus, Jesus the Christ, was I'm from that bloodline. and I'm here to, have gonna have a little talk with Jesus, gonna tell him about our problems. Never mind. But anyway, Canada new Queen Commander Chief Trudeau, view Amano. The grids are being broken to lay the new crystalline grids of the new Earth. We'll find out. The Earth has got some rocking and rolling to do. It ain't over. It ain't over. You know. One of the things that had to happen, I've had prophecy. I've talked about in one of my videos. I try not to discuss it because it depresses me. But seeing grandfather, God, spirit, whatever, came in, and I saw the riders on horseback, the four, a native brave on painted ponies. They each went in the four directions, and there was the one who was I don't want to say necessarily chief, but the leader on a black horse. And they went in the four other directions, and when they came back, he showed me in each direction what was going on. And there were earthquakes and volcanoes and killing and bombings, and I could hear the wailing and gnashing of teeth. I will never forget that. And the chill and the smell, and just, and this was a vision dream. And so each of the horses from each of the directions pulled people behind them, and their hair was tied to the horse's tail. And they all brought them together, and they all came in together with all these people and screaming and hollering and death and destruction. And then this white native princess dressed in this beautiful buckskin jumped off of this white horse. She didn't jump. She just was on it, and then she wasn't. And the next thing, she was on the ground. It's very distinctive. And she had a large book with her. And she looked at the brave on the black horse, who got off the horse the same way. And she handed him the book, and she said that the deed is done and payment is done. And the score is settled, or something like that. And so he got on the white horse, which was hers, and rode off with all the four horsemen and all of these people with their hair tied together in these long strings that just trailed off and trailed off. Sort of, I think, to the north, but they went off in that direction. It was, how they exited was interesting, in that I was focused on the lady in white on the white horse who traded horses. And so, but now she was on the black horse. And in the dream, she looked at me, and she looked at grandfather, who was standing behind me, not my grandfather, but grandfather, and said, "The debt is paid." And she said, "It's not the pain that was given to Mother Earth, and the disrespect that the people, the souls, and the pain of those folks that were collected was only in balance to what that was taken from Mother Earth, and not another soul or person more, just to bring the balance back." And so those souls of people who were disrespectful and angry, the bad folk, if they went off to hell, that was that they were collected from the four corners of the earth, and that they were taken not in retribution, not in anger, and not in revenge, but in balance, to simply balance that which was taken. And I was like, and she turned around on her black horse now and rode off in a similar direction, but didn't follow the the five braves. So and then I was standing alone on the prairie with the Great Spirit, and I looked up and he looked down, and it was like, and this is how it will be. This is how it will be, because this is how it must be. And there was no anger, there was no spite, there was no demanding, there was none of that, you know. And so this vision has been very clear since 2013, and part of my really shaman. That's really what sent me into doing the videos. And I go back pretty far in that respect, but um it sent me on my shaman uh journey for sure. Because when I mentioned that their hairs were tied together to the horse's tail, my shaman friend said, listen to me. He said, that's an old custom that nobody talks about. And he said, where did you hear this? And I said, I saw it in the vision. And he goes, you what? You saw it? And I said, yeah. And he said, in the old days, if there was somebody, you know, uh, that was just, they really wanted to torture, they would tie their hair to what they called a dun horse. In other words, a horse that just, it was old and it just carried supplies, wasn't too much for hunting anymore, but so it was done. So what they would tie this person's hair to the horse's tail and then just let the horse loose and run. And he goes, that you just, and I've talked to a couple other Native Americans about this, and they go, their hair was what? Tied to the horse's tail? And I went, yeah. And they were all strung together, and they just looked at me like, whoa, dude, you know. And I said, because I was like, do you know anything about if there were any tribes that actually did that? Or is this, you know, but my shaman medicine man told me, he goes, oh no, he said they used to do that. And he goes, you saw that in your vision? And I was like, yeah. And I'm here to tell you, it was creepy. And he goes, yeah. He said they wouldn't untie him. He said, and they'd tie their hands behind him and whip the horse, make the horse run around. And he goes, a lot of times the only thing that was left was the person's head, because the horse would kick to try to get rid of the body and everything. And then eventually they would just kick or batter the person to death. And that there was nothing left but just the head. And I was like, that's exactly what I saw. Was the closer it got to the horse, there were just heads and things, it was horrible. And it was the sound and the gnashing. The In the Bible it says, you can hear the sounds of the gnashing of teeth. But that the payment of the peoples, and that, so I was standing there as witness and looking up at it. Basically, I say grandfather, whether it was an angel or, it was more like a representative of creator, not the creator, but grandfather, and he was looking over everything, and he was like, this is how it's got to be, you know, and this is, and it was clearly that it wasn't out of revenge or anything, and that the good-hearted people must be brave and humble, and that those mostly would be the ones, quote, and this was not a Bible thing, but grandfather was like, those are the ones who will be here as farmers to the land after this is over. And like, okay. So, and I related it, there was no Bible reference, okay, in this vision of mine that keeps replaying in my head. It's the, it's the, it's the anguish and the crying that is, it's hard to not see it or talk about it without still getting the tingy fringes of what the sound was like. Really nasty. But anyway, but that those with a pure heart would mostly be, salvaged in that, why take a good soul? Why take something positive when there's so much negative, and the negative is being taken in exchange for what was taken, the positive that was taken out. All this is, we're taking all this and in exchange, to balance. That the whole thing was about balance. So the white native princes on the white horse traded places. And it wasn't that the brave was black or anything. It was just a dark red, as many of some nations are. And that's an interesting point of view. Um, but they were mildly covered in war paint. But the main brave just was. It was. I'm still amazed at how they were on the horse, and then it was just point. They were down. They didn't move their legs or anything. They were just next to the horse. It was weird. It's still, every time I tell the story and every time I remember it, it's still weird how they got on and off the horses. You know, there was no leg throw or anything. They were just off or on. It was weird. But the fact that they traded horses in this whole thing still to me is like, wow. So it's the yin and yang. So it's the white is the goodness. And she brought the book of the book of ledgers. And, and she opened it and showed it to him. And she said, it's complete. And she closed the book and handed it to the brave. And he was on the white horse, next thing you know, and off they went. So, but her next thing, I was standing beside grandfather, who was much taller than me. And she looked at both of us in our direction and said, the debt is paid. You know, that which was taken is being replaced. And, and so the deed is done. It was pretty much that simple. There wasn't a lot of flowery words and speeches, but it was clearly like all these souls or whatever it was, however, whatever this transaction was, it balanced out the ledger book. And my thought to the whole thing was that, oh no, this was a living dream, Chloe. I'm here to tell you, this thing was so flippin' real. And when I gave the detail, because I was doing, I was in my early shaman training when I had this vision dream, and it was both. But I mean, I could feel the wind, I could feel the air there, and I could describe where I was, because when I was out in Montana and out there, I was like, it was either in Wyoming or in Montana. I knew the place because we drove through there. So, it wasn't just something that I thought no, I'd been standing in the grass, and it felt like Montana, but it was like, could have been Wyoming. Anyway, but to the point though, I was standing there and remembering how I felt when I was in Montana and Wyoming. and looking out across the, and going, holy crap, we just don't have that in Georgia. It just don't look like that. And, big mountain sky. Oh my God, if you've never been out there, you just don't know. There's just something about it out there. The sky is just so close. But anyway, and so I'm standing out there as the sun starts to go down, but being in the grass and seeing it wave, and the way the grass was waving, and I mean, because I'd been there, sensed it, smelled it in my dream vision, it was the same. The same smell was there of the wild sage, of the flowers, and that it was it is still creepy to me to this day. But for every day that goes by, I see why, and why it would be necessary. It's not about the destruction of the earth, or everybody dies in this scenario. But if there isn't an equilibrium brought back at some point, Mother Earth's going to take it anyway, whether we like it or not. And it's not going to be in revenge. NASA says T minus what? T missing from name of NASA, not Satan. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Witch Moon, how are you? Chloe, for me, and I have been living this since 2013, and I've been through quite a few ceremonies and so forth with the shaman. And like I've said before, one of them, he tried to cure his own wolf and couldn't do it. And I went down on the river and prayed all night and cured the wolf. And that was just an amazing thing that happened. And, I mean, it still gives me goosebumps to know that wolf was so sick and dying, and that an all night prayer and drum, and you know, um, she got up the next morning and ran to the house like nothing was wrong. So, but anyway, I'm aware that miracles do happen. I'm aware that I was there that time that guy had that accident and his leg was cut off, and we pulled him out and saved him, and all that stuff. There's been times when there's no other thing that could be said, that the angels had me do something as part of a mission here on this planet. Sometimes there's synchronicities when I do these videos and people come on, or I draw cards, and it means something to them, and helps give them faith, or whatever it is. So, and I have to have faith that whatever it is they ask me to do, that I know when I hear it from these entities and I feel this essence, they're not lying to me. I have questioned many times why I went into town that night and got back down the road just literally minutes after he hit that bridge, and we were able to put out the fire and get him out of the truck, and treat him for shock, and make sure that his leg, he wasn't, he didn't bleed out there on the side of the road. And and that he's, as far as I know, he's still living today with a prosthesis, last I heard. But the idea, though, that we never know when we're going to be called upon, and I look back over my life and look at the facts and go, the only way I knew how to do that was because the angels put me there. So my belief in angels, and my belief in the spirit realm, and future things. And, you know, I'll just have a feeling like, feels like something's coming. Don't know what, don't, and, a day or two later, somebody will call me on the phone and go, hey, man, I've been thinking about you. Oh, so that was you the other day. I was like, somebody's going to call, it's coming to, and too many times I'm right. I quit counting. I quit looking at it because it's just a natural thing. It used to be unnatural because it only happened, it happened less frequently. But so my belief in angels, whether it's through Dante or, the remnants of the Catholic Church, and it was interesting, not to be name dropping, but I've talked about for many years about that if there's a one true church, it's the Orthodox Church in Russia. And one night, in one of his videos, he made this statement and said, if there was any church, and none of them are really right on it, he said it would be the Orthodox Church. And I was like, yes, somebody else believes me. Yeah, 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 yeah. It ain't the Roman Catholic Church. No, 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 no. They got it wrong. But anyway, so I was so proud to see that one of his videos. And it was like, there were several questions that I had wondered about. And within a week or two, there'll be a video that'll come out that'll answer my question. And through the Dante channel somehow. And it'll be some obscure thing. And it might be something that's woven into something. I go, there's the answer I wanted right there. And so, Enlightened One, I have no idea if, I do feel like I'm connected somehow to that group. But I can't prove it. And it doesn't really mean anything that if I could, because to me, that doesn't matter, because what matters is what I wish to do on this planet. And that's to just do as good as I can, provide these little talks. Let's have these little chats about spiritualism and how we should treat each other. And so far, it seems like, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, but I will continue to be conscious and aware of new things coming. I will continue to maintain my humbleness and gratitude about this, and for all of you for being who you are. So, the Spanish flu thing, only the vaccinated died. That's not true. That's not true, because I have talked to people who lived through this down here. I've seen graves and graveyards of people down here in the South, and these folks were way too poor to ever get a vaccination. Nah. There might have been somebody they came in contact with that was vaccinated, that had the flu and passed it to somebody else. But I have met family members and have talked to, I'm their younger brother was died of the flu because they were that old when I was living here in South Georgia. I was living here in '73. So there were still people, much alive, who were, around during the Spanish flu, or you know, who was born right after it. And the family members talked about the flu, but a lot of people. So, but anyway, and because I was researching old um, cemeteries around here, and why there were so many little cemeteries. And the fact is back then there were people around here that were dying so quickly, they had family cemeteries because there wasn't enough people to take them to the churches to bury them. So they would just go back over here. And there's a lot of these little cemeteries all over down here. And it's because they couldn't afford, didn't have the time. So they just planted. I mean, 3 brothers died within one day. And they're up here. It's right up the road here. And when I did that, there was like, yeah, that was the Holland brothers. And they did this. And the family members still live. They still have a farm around there. I believe you are connected. Why we met and why I'm here now is I am a divine Arcturian starseed. Okay. I see. I make no claims. I'm just Hawkeye. I'm not just trying to diss you, disregard you. That's not what I mean. I've asked my spirits to. I don't want a name. My name is Hawkeye, and my mission is to just talk to folks. And if I have connections to anybody up yonder, okay, you know. But I believe you. If you're connected, good. And if we're all, in my opinion, we're all working for the same, for the same cause. You know. So, but I thank everyone, and I will stay in gratitude. And yeah, it's a fun trip. And as I said earlier, um, batch chat, yeah, who chat, yeah. Ever try to do something good, they turn it into bad. Yeah, they try to do others. Yeah, and there's a new thing going on around too, that there's supposed to be a time bomb in the vaccination, and quite frankly, I don't doubt it. I did a video, I don't know, a year or so ago, and it was about cell phone, and I'd seen the movie called The Cell, or it's just Cell. I can't be for sure. But anyway, it's on one of the platforms, or Hulu or Netflix, or it could be on Roku or Tubi. I'm not sure, but it's one of those platforms. Those are my major ones that I flip through. But in watching it, I was like, with this vaccine, I even did a what if scenario, and told a sort of sci-fi sort of story about what if, you got this thing, and then one day they sent a tone over your cell phone, like, on, the, oh crap, emergency broadcasting system, and set a tone, and that everybody that had been stabbed, um, that would initiate it, the what the nanobots within them, and that who knows what would happen after that. Speculation, but the idea that there's a movie that shows that everybody gets a certain frequency, go to this particular place, and they're all turned into mindless zombies in a way, not the flesh eating, you know, but mindless zombies nonetheless. So, um, and now that so many millions of people, and they're forcing other people to, and they're pushing more over here, and they're, and I just ain't going to push for it. I'm sorry, they're going to have to tie me down, and tie me Timey kangaroo down, sport. Timey kangaroo down, Timey kangaroo down, sport. Timey kangaroo down, all together now. Anyway, um, the idea though that people are sticking magnets to their arms and stuff. I'm here to say this: I have gotten sick from taking vaccinations before myself. I have not had a flu shot in many years and will not have one, regardless of whether or not anything's going to get started or began or anything like that. I have been a guinea pig for the medical profession for years. They have stabbed my spine, and added, and I think that's part of my issue sometimes. They, and two of those four times, or was it three? The last time was not quite as bad, but they poke a hole in your spine and add this dye, right? And if it leaks and you get one drop of spinal fluid low, you will get a headache that you would wish to God that someone would come and put you out of your misery. There's no drug that can take it away. And I mean, it is, and people thought I was joking. And then they had the same issue. And they were like, David, I'm sorry. I thought you were joking. And I'm like, no, I wanted them to kill me. It hurt so bad. And I went through it 3 times. What's this number 3 in me and shit? A magnet stick to injection sites. Yep. Russian hacker found at Westfire. Yeah, I agree with you. And there's a lot of that, but so here's the thing. So now you got these magnetic things in you. Why? So you can be scanned. So here's my thing. If you've been given the injection, shouldn't they be able to run a little scan over your arm and go, which arm was it? Oh, right here. Breep. Yep, you pass. So haven't you like already gotten your passport if you've had a shot? I'm just saying, now if I have to have it to go somewhere, I ain't going then. You heading out, David? It's always good to have you in. Yeah. Oh crap! I missed it. I was sitting there waiting on it. Oh no! No, it's 5:29 at 5:15 a.m. in the morning time. Um, Everybody have a great Saturday, absolutely. And if you get a chance somewhere to be able to go outside and whatever, enjoy it, please do so. Connect with the earth. For as much, well, I always find it encouraging no matter what. But I know I live in a different area than most folks and everything. And so we have to take what we can get. But anyway, be kind to each other. Yeah. And whereabouts are you enlightened one in the world? Yeah, SD. Yeah. You know, I just know that, other people are going to rush to do things. Yeah, sun and nature. Yeah. And absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, 4 minutes. All right. I'm really getting tired, and it's 5 o'clock in the morning time, 5:30, and I swore I wasn't going to do this, but it's 4 hours later. But it's good to hang out with you. You're in Ontario. There you go. Yeah, and you have a new queen. I've met a few queens in my day. Queen for the day. There used to be a show on TV back in the day called Queen for a Day. Holy mackerel! I'm sleepy. Well, it has been fun hanging out with you again for another evening and morning. But so anyway, if they have to stab me for something, I'm going to really try to avoid it. But at the same time, we just need to be prudent with the information. And for whatever we know, We have to be gentle like the deer and the fawn and present our information to folks, you know, and remember that trying to push anything down someone's throat is going to make them gag. So we have to be gentle and allow people to get some of the information that we have and the knowledge that we have acquired and that we share. But we have to give it to people in sips. We have to sit around the tea table, and take these things in little sips because we don't want them to gag, you know. So remember that in whatever you're doing, just remember we have some of this information people have to take with tea and maybe a crumpet or two, you know. Let's have a biscuit, you know. Hello, my dear, let's have a biscuit or two and drink some tea. What flavor do you like, my dear? I'll have the butler fetch it for us, you know. But anyway, so have a great morning. It's 5:19 a.m. I'm gonna light one more and then I'm heading out of here. Um, I want something to eat now. I've been thinking about doing the shrimp and thing, spaghetti thing, but it's too early in the morning. It may be just scrambled eggs with a cheese omelet kind of thing. So, or Trump and other countries, Britain cabal, view Romano, little kind of. Okay, maybe all wrong, but check it out with biscuit and tea. Right there, you go. I still have faith. I don't talk about it. I have stayed out of the political thing after the election thing and all that, because it's like if people can't see what's going on now after the quote transition and all that stuff, then they don't need me talking about it as far as being stupid. But they're still doing stupid stuff, you know, and this is just a comment, and I mean no disrespect, I swear. But when did the Asian Pacific's Islander thingy come in? I have totally missed that. I did not know that Hawaiians and island people were being somehow misrepresented. What? Are there, oh, you're from the islands, you're an islander. What? Is that like a bad word? I mean, I'm not being rude, I swear to God, but this stuff about AAPI or some, uh, islander people. What? Since when have you people been mistreated? You know. Next, somebody's going to throw up a hand and go, "Well, we're from Greece. The Greeks aren't represented near enough, you know." And the Italians, well, they're only represented as mob bosses. What about the Greeks? Hey, wait, who's next on the list to make a statement? I'm all these people are being picked on because they're from the islands. Really? And that we have to put a news section on in the movie section now that's about being pro Asian Pacific Islander folks. What? I didn't know there was an issue. So did they make this up to make it an issue? I mean, I just want to go, oh, holy shit. Anyway, a war between Satan and God wins. Well, there's that too. But in that battle, though, is the politics. It's the politics of war. That, among other places, enlightened ones. Okay, that's my fort after 2023, 2 minutes early and 3 minutes late. Many blessings be upon you all. Create a better create a better world simply by a thought. And I thank you all for considering what we discuss, and the fact that we just hang out and send good vibes into the universe is a positive and is necessary, in my humble opinion. And I hope you agree, and I think you do, at least in a way. So let's continue to share what we've learned, continue to share our energies, and I will do my best on my end to stay in touch with spirits, and we will do a card reading again soon. And um, the experience continues to leave me in gratitude. And I know I've said it a bunch of times in this video, but it's my video, and I can say it as many times as I want to. So, but I am in gratitude for all of you. I'm in gratitude to the universe, absolutely. I'm in gratitude to the angels and to the spirit guides that help me, and to guide me, and in ways it helps to guide you, hopefully. So, in whatever way is necessary for you. So, and these things that I bring out, remember, I got no stake in this. All right. I mean, I'm doing it because I'm supposed to, but I got no real stake in this. But I'm hoping that all of you out there will take whatever heed is necessary for you and your friends. And I really hope for the best in that. But as far as, does Hawkeye get anything out of this? Well, it comes back in the gratitude. I'm grateful to the universe, and thank you. So, you're welcome, Ian. Witch Moon. Yeah, I'm glad to, thank you for your thoughts and prayers. Honest to goodness, everybody. Um, I had never anticipated this as part of the deal. I'm just going to do it, and that's that. And I still will. But the gratitude that has been coming in has been very, 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 very interesting. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. Um, you know, and if I could find my beater, I'd drum us out of here. But anyway, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings from the universe. It's all around us. I continue to pray each and every day, every time I put my 2 feet on the ground, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations, past, present, and to come, will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of three, which really, really, really is important to me, that you continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe, and that you will continue to learn how to reject those things that are not necessary in your lives. Clean up your lives of any unnecessary energy that may be siphoning your energy. And you'd be surprised if you look around, honestly, and go, whoops, there's one. There goes one right there. I'm still looking for that snake in my house. I'm here to tell you. Uh, uh, I went to the back door and went, well, there's a crack under the door in the back of there. Easy come and go, Is he still in the house? I don't know, but I got to watch my step. I don't want to step on the snake. And then as I'm looking for the snake, there's I talk about my toads in the house in the summertime. Well, they're here in the wintertime too, but they sneak under the door and they hop through the house and eat bugs here and there, and they leave little toad turds in places, little droppings on the floor places. They're not really messy, but you can tell they're toad turds, but so I'm like, well, why was that snake in here, for one thing, what you doing in the house, dude. I've had snakes in the house before, but just curious about this time, right? And it was laying like right over there from where I'm sitting. So I'm looking over there right now. I'm thinking, and then as I was thinking about there's this toad, a younger one, not too big, that comes hopping through, and he's doing his normal hunt every night of going underneath that table right there and under there and out by the couch and down along towards the kitchen, and you can say, make sure you don't want to step on him kind of thing. So, uh, everything feeds something, So I live in this harmony. I know a lot of people go, you let frogs free. Yep, I do. I did. It's sort of how I have to live. If there's a snake in your house and you haven't tore your house apart, no, it's here or it's not here. It'll show itself. It's only about a foot long. It wasn't very big and it did not seem poisonous. And now the other side of the coin is I should clean parts of this down here, but am I going to rip it all apart looking for the snake? Nah, no, sorry. Uh, what I'm curious about is where's Mama? But now I've talked about the large oak snakes that are around here around my house and have been here for years. So I'm not sure if that was an oak snake because of the coloring, but I didn't really get a good chance to look at him. It looked kind of reddish more than it was grayish, like the oak snakes are down here. But Barry, you out of here? I'm out of here too. Hunting frogs. Yes, he was in here hunting frogs. That's what I'm thinking. So, and that frog would have just maybe just been a little too big for that snake, but would have been close. It would have been I've seen snakes eating my eggs. I've seen snakes eating my chickens. I've seen snakes, eat frogs and get a frog stuck halfway down, and the frog can't get out, and the snake can't get it down. It's an interesting fight, let me tell you. Uh, but uh, anyway, so but to have to have seen that snake, have at it with that little toad, it would have been an interesting um, it would have been an interesting show. I'm just saying, Nathan. I don't even have to go outside, and the nature comes in here and visits me. You know, I know I'm crazy. All right, I know I'm crazy. Thank God it ain't a moccasin or a rattlesnake, but uh, but there are those folks who would say, well, you got snakes around the house, ooh, Satan and all that kind of stuff. No, 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 not if you really understand snake from you know, snakes got a bad rap as far as I'm concerned with the whole Satan deal. So, every time somebody sees a snake, they think it's the devil kind of thing. And that is just so wrong. Or that snakes are inherently, connected with evil or demons or something. In movies, they do all that stuff. But in true life, snakes are just snakes. It's what movies and people and stuff, but snakes in and of themselves are just snakes. The one that's lived around my house looks like an anaconda. It's huge. It's like 7.5 foot, oak snake, and they're not supposed to get like that. And she's been a mama around here for years, and will literally crawl. She crawled right through my legs one time between me, the house, and the garden, and that's how used to me she is. But she helps keeps the rat population down, and the mice, and the this and the that, and it's just part of nature. Now it was her youngins that were smaller that got under my chickens. The big mamas, and I would allow them to take an egg every now and again. Like, okay, here you go. You snakes got to eat too because you keep down all these other things around the house. So if we're living, here's the deal: if you're living in harmony, than snakes, the frogs, the everything. It you have to learn to get along with all of it, you know. So, but anyway, life keeps showing me it's never a dull moment. Snake can protect you from a snake and eat mice up. Yep, without using poisons, I mean, some of these toad frogs are, they have no real natural enemy and they can get too many of them. So, because they don't taste good, right? But to a snake, it's not so much about taste so good, but, you know, the snakes will eat a lot of stuff, but if it's alive and they can digest it, it'll probably go down, you know. So I think to in myself, in not that I see snakes all the time, and I have not seen a poisonous snake in a long time. Not a moccasin, nor a rattlesnake. Have haven't seen There hasn't been rattlesnakes around here in a while. Because if they do, they'll hang the rattlesnake over the fence or over their mailbox to let other people in the neighborhood know that there are snakes are crawling. And there hasn't been any rattlesnakes around here in years. I just did a survey too for the state of Georgia for some kind of hemorrhagic thing going around with rabbits, and it's killing off rabbits in a bunch of states. And so I answered my Georgia DNR thing questionnaire today for the state of the University of Georgia in Athens, and about the rabbits. And my comment after answering a decent, some of the questions seemed a little weird, but anyway, what does my age and sex have to do with um, the survey about rabbits? But anyway, I commented in the comment section at the end in that I haven't seen any rabbits in 3 to 5 years down here in South Georgia. Not on the side of the road, not running through a farm. I haven't seen them on my property. Doesn't mean they don't exist, but I ain't seen them. So whether it's some kind of blood disease or something, there ain't been no rabbits, you know. And I used to have rabbits all, running through the fields and stuff around there. Ain't no rabbits, you know. No burrows, no trails, no little piles of poo in places, nothing, not a sign, not a rabbit. Same thing with quail. But anyway, so I said my prayers. My dog found a toad when he was a pup. He snipped and licked. Yeah, some of them taste really nasty. Have you seen the mice plague in Australia? No. Hawks are needed. Yeah, I bet. And you need some bats. I used to have issues with bats. Myxomatosis again, Hawk. What? I missed that one, Ian. Right over my head. That one went by like a ton of bricks. Oh, it's a rabbit disease. Oh, it was some kind of RB something anyway. It's in an email. Uh, um, this is a blood disease. And they're not saying that the rabbits aren't fit to eat. It's that it's just fatal to the other rabbits. And up to this point, I'm like, well, that's just not good. But whatever the reason is around here, there haven't been any rabbits like they used to be in a long time. And I've often said it was because of the toxins, the defoliant that they spray over the cotton down here affects all kinds of stuff. All kinds of critters started disappearing. and they still spray it out of helicopters and planes and the back of tractors to defoliate the cotton. It still stinks, still gets in the environment. They say, well, it's not near as toxic. Well, anything that you put on a plant to make its leaves fall off ain't good for the environment, period. Oh, well, it's water soluble. Don't care. It's bad, Anyway, um, the electric company sprayed part of my property because the power line runs across, and they came through without my permission, spraying trees and stuff, killed a couple of my azaleas. They were dwarf azaleas, killed them, and a blueberry bush, pretty much took it out, and some other foliage around it. And I'm like, y'all ain't got no business doing that. Spray. You didn't ask me. You just pulled on my property and started spraying defoliant, weed killer, Roundup. And the closer he got to my well, I stood in front of the truck and I said, if you turn that fucking sprayer off, I'm sorry, I'm cussing, but I said, you turn that fucking sprayer off, because he was fixing the spray right at my well house. And I was like, and I said, that's my well. And he goes, well, this won't hurt it. And I was like, dude, you turn that off right now, or I'm gonna pull you out of your truck. And what? And I was like, you're on private property. You're spraying chemicals around my well and have just crossed my property before I could get to him, right? Before I knew he was there. And he was like, well, I'm with the RA. I don't give a shit who you're from or who you represent. You do not come on my property and start spraying chemicals. Get the fuck off my property now. I'm going to call your employer. I'm going to report you. And but I'm like, it was, well, let me finish spraying. You turn that sprayer on, I'm going to hurt you. And he was like, well, okay then. I was gonna punch this guy out. Well, I'm just doing my job. I'm just telling you, you're on the wrong man's property doing that. Get off now, you know. But anyway, so I've had my fights with the folks creeping down here for whatever reason and this and that, and then trying to interfere with the woods and whatever. But anyway, the mouse flake. Hey, Julianne. Yeah, I doubt it's been fun for the farmers. There's a lot of nasty stuff that, and the thing is, you just can't let them, you just can't let it go. At some point, you got to say no. And when it gets to that point that you can't, that there's nothing natural to take care of it, and man has to seriously intervene, it gets messy. But here's something that I'm just, uh, Julianne, this might not be the proper thing, but yeah, the Gestapo were just doing the jobs too. Right, exactly. Um, I've worked on farms around here over the years that I've lived here, part-time jobs in the wintertime and stuff. Like there's a couple of farms that grow collard greens and mustard greens, and they would go through and cut the fields with these special mowers that would collect the greens and blow it up into a truck. So a truck would go right alongside the tractor at the same speed. They would mow it. The greens went right into the back of this truck. Well, it was my job a couple of times in the field that you rode in the truck in the back, and you kept the greens. You had a pitchfork, and you kept the greens leveled out. So as they were coming into the truck. Well, now, so there were other times when they had a big a basket on some of the cutters, and they would come and dump it and into the back of the truck. But it was still your job to level out the greens, right? I mean, we're talking a tractor trailer with the top off, okay, and filled to the brim and stomped down with collard greens or mustards. So, but in that, there would be these mice running through that had been picked up from the mower and tossed into the bin and then tossed again into the truck. So, for every, one or two batches that I had to, there was at least one or two mice in there, So here's the thing, it might sound crazy, but you know if you have to destroy them, then why not collect them and uh kill them in some killing them anyway is going to be inhumane, so why not do something that you could literally combine these things up, because they will get caught in the combines. They will. So why not just go through the areas where there's so many of them, instead of trying to kill them, combine them up and turn them into food for something. Something ought to eat them, those mice. You know what I mean? So if you can't kill them, and using poison is like useless, because then you'd have a bunch of dead carcasses that would go into the ecosystem. Birds and things would eat the dead poison that ain't good. So, but if you're going to kill them, then why not just go ahead and suck them up in giant, vacuum cleaners, which are, a lot of different types of harvesters and things to suck these things up with. And if you kill a few of them along the way or whatever, or maybe the thing is that somehow in the process it kills them, knocks them out or whatever, and it collects them, and then with these little fur balls or whatever, you can, yeah, I don't know, dump them out in the ocean and let if you're not using any kind of pesticide or poison or anything, and they're just dead, then feed them to something. I don't know what, but feed them to something. I don't mean for people, but at least you can put them on barges and take them out and feed them to the sharks in the ocean. Don't care. But, if you're going to have to kill them and being humane, then just suck them up into a big vacuum cleaner and let that be done with it. And I know that is oversimplifying it, but it ain't. And because it if you'd seen it in action, where they'd go through the fields and you'd be in the back of the truck and watching the little critters run, next thing you know, they're sucked up. They're not chopped up, they're sucked up by these blades that do chop the greens, though. And how they don't get all cut up is like amazing to me, that they made it, but they're sucked up by the vacuum um, that pulls the greens into the trailer. And it's like, so it just do the same thing and just go get the mice. So, but anyway, that's my 10 cents, and I'm sticking to it. If you got to be nasty to them, then just go ahead and be nasty. Don't be brutal, because I think gassing them all and killing them and choke, you know, so farmers ought to just, get out their Husqvarnas and, and just go running through the field and just suck them up and just, turn them into mulch or something. As much as that sounds brutal and heartless, if there's too many of them, then that's what you need to do. Shame on me. But so at 5:48 in the AM time here on Saturday morning on May the 29th, 2021, this is TTFN Radio fixing to sign off here. And Ian, Witchy Moon, Michelle, Julianne, all y'all that are hanging up there that I missed up there, I'm tired. I need a drink. I need food, and I need to go, uh, you know, Johnny on the spot. But I love you all. Have a great weekend, and I will see you soon. And know that I always keep you with love in your heart. So thank you for your prayers to me, And I think you already know how I feel about y'all. So keep up the good work, and we'll see you next time. Be sweet, be kind. Um, and, cheers, everybody. We'll see you next time. Do the best you can. Yep, Ian, ciao for now. And anybody else that I missed, I'm sorry. My eyeballs got really tired all of a sudden. So anyway, have a great day. Esty, yes, thank you. Elderberry, yep, you too, Michelle. Much gratitude, blessings all around. Thank you, Barry, again, again, again. Till next time, y'all. Okay, talk to you soon. Bye.